amplify the voices on the ground. Check out the links in the description to stay connected. You can watch the live stream, subscribe for live alerts, and sign up to be a correspondent. Let's make sure these voices are heard. Join the movement. This is democracy in action. Let's make sure the world is watching. Join us. The resistance is.
Hey, everybody. We are Democracy 2.0, and we are bringing you live footage today from around the country for the protests, the hands-off protests against oligarchy and the stuff that the MAGA movement is trying to do to our country currently. And we have correspondents in several cities around the states who are going to be piping in. We've got some guest speakers who are going to be coming in and talking to you about what's going on. We've got some feeds in Austin. We're going to be showing you some really good speakers coming out of there. And we are planning on being here all day. So if you have correspondents in the field that you might want to get on, let us know. If you have images or footage that you want us to show, we have links for you to upload it and get it to us. Just we'll put them out there with our socials and stuff. You can find them, and you just put them up there, and we have a form to describe everything. Put them up there, and you get our footage to you. But what we're going to do today is we're going to be going around and showing you the action from all around the country, and what people are doing and where they're doing it at. And we are getting our correspondents together currently, and we're trying to get all of our kittens in a row here. This is our first time doing something on this scale, and we're still trying to get all the kinks worked out and polished. But we're here today, and we are pushing through. We're slogging through, and we are going to be here all day. We got our coffee, freshly brewed, and we are ready to roll. So, where are you all at today? Where are you celebrating democracy at? Where are you at? Today, we are seeing some really great stuff. When people get pushed to a point that they have to come out to the streets, that's when stuff starts happening, when change starts happening, and people are taken to the streets. I imagine this is going to be one of the biggest protests in American history today. It might be one of the biggest in the world, because I think there are people going around the world. It is going to be an exciting day. There are going to be a bunch of creative, energetic people out doing what they need to do, and to represent democracy, and that is a beautiful thing. So what we are needing to do today is try to get our voices heard, try to get the people who are in power to hear it. Sorry, we're working through some kinks right here. I'm just trying to figure out. But somebody I have on with me today, a very special guest. He has little time today before he's got to go do his own thing, but hopefully will be back up later. You might already know this guy. He is Marty McFly on TikTok. He hosts regular TikTok shows that are really informative, and just down to earth, talking to people. He has great panels. He is Marty McFly on TikTok, and he has a project that he's pushing called Oh my goodness, I've got my sheet wrong here. Well, you know what? Marty can tell you about it when he pops on. Really great, really glad to have him here today. Um, just a great guy, and he's got a great story to tell about how he came to. He used to be in the MAGA cult, and now he he had an experience, and he's out of it, and now he's evangelizing for the good team. So, with that, if we can go to Marty, if you're ready, Marty, go ahead and introduce. Please
I'm
let
ready.
everybody know. I'm sorry I didn't have your sheet up for your info.
You're good.
We're
You're
stitching
good.
this together after we jump out of the plane. But please introduce yourself and let us know what's important to you.
Yeah, hi, I'm Marty McFly on TikTok, as Nate said. Um, I'm a former 2016 Trump voter. I'm from Minnesota, and you know the movement, the stuff that's going on right now is so important. Getting the voices out. Here I'm this person that I exhibit today, 99.9% of my life, but in 2015. Donald Trump comes on the scene maybe a little earlier, and he starts making me, think about. He tapped into an anger I didn't know I had about the government, thinking that they weren't doing enough for us. And before I knew it, I was head first into this thing, and started. No, I was no longer looking at media. I started to believe every word that he said, that he was going to drain the swamp. He's going to do all these things for us, which I should know better. But at the time, for whatever reason, that point in my life, I fell victim to it. I was naive. I believed everything he said. I followed him around. I didn't know. I did no research. I was probably the most uneducated voter you'd ever find back then. Um, and so what happened is that, I went through this, and it became worse. I mean, and my family went through the worst of it, because you got to understand that when you're somebody who exhibits something completely different all of a sudden, and I call it a cult. Some people are going to say that, it's not a cult. I'm not in a cult, said by every cult member ever to, live. So, um, I was in it, and I couldn't see past my hand, man. My hand in front of my face. I just was blinders on. I defended everything he did. I have a daughter, and I literally started to poo-poo the E-Access Hollywood tape. And my wife and I had drag out fights, like, not, just verbal. I'd wake up in the morning and I'd try to convince her, this is the guy. He's going to save everything. Why don't you understand this? Like, just like they're doing now, I tried to convince my wife that this is the person she should be following. And I would do it almost daily. It became ugly, and my wife should have left me. No problem saying that. My wife should have left me, but they kept trying, and we went through this. And then you come right before the election. My stepson, he planted the seed. He gave me a little bit of an awakening moment by coming to me and just saying, he called me dad. Never had called me dad before. Just decided he knew what he was doing. We've talked about it since. He called me dad and said, it's simple, in so many words. You have a simple choice to make. Do you want to be this angry person he's made you into? Or do you want to be the loving father, good man that we know you are and always have been? And, to that moment, I still didn't. It's not like you just go, okay, I'm out, right? So I had to go and think about it. I had to keep going and thinking about it. And I eventually found my way to, I was telling myself in my head over and over, this is how you know what a cult, people. I don't want to be duped. I'm saying it over and over in my head. This is awful. What is he saying now? What's he saying? And he's elected now, and I helped get him elected. And then one day I just said it. And then ever since then, he gave me a gift. And the gift was that I will never vote uneducated again. And I will never stop speaking out to help others know just what's going on here. I mean, they've fallen victim to mind manipulation by repeating awful things over and over again and making them angry about things they don't even mean anything. So luckily I got out. My family, I had to do a lot of processing. This isn't a just come out moment. You come out and you have a lot of work to do. And my choice was to start speaking out. My choice was to use my voice to help others. And I found my way to TikTok by happenstance, by Kamala Harris saying, hey, the bye with Lance Bass. I saw that video. I'm like, I'll join just to see what it's about. I would have never joined TikTok. but I realized fast that this was a platform I could use. And that's what we've been doing ever since. And then we opened a nonprofit called Voices Without Walls. We've done one town hall, and we're going to do many more, but we're going to help community. It's not, for me, it's not just about democracy. Right now, fascism's on the rise, fascism's in our face, and we have to push back as hard as we can together and organize like no other. But this is about community and helping people out, being good to one another, and we accept anybody in our group that wants to, if they're a part of the mega, all we're asking you to do is admit you were lied to. Right? You're being lied to. It's okay. It's okay to, you're not going to be judged for being duped. Like, if you're willing to put in the work and get out and help, we want you on our side. So that, that's the long and short of it, Nate, about my story. But I mean, today, watching Americans stand up and do, this gives me goosebumps because I think back to watching Forrest Gump, protests for the Vietnam War, stuff that you would never, as a kid, you knew about, but did you ever think you'd be in that moment? And now we're here, right? We're in the moment that we need to rise up, and because the politicians work for us. People don't get confused. We pay them with our tax dollars. They work for us. So that's why we're doing protests. That's why we're doing town halls, because when they don't show up, then that exactly where that person stands for you. And it's not for you, it's for them.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Marty. It takes a lot of integrity for you to come out and say that stuff. It takes a lot of self-introspection, to be able to say the things, to see what you saw in yourself, and, to hear what your son said and to take it to heart. I'm fighting with my family right now. I had a thing with my aunt. My mom passed away from COVID, misinformation. She believed lies. And I'm on a mission for her and her family. But yeah, her sister, I had a conversation, I just asked her the other day, I was like, after all your movement rot, and did you vote for it again? Because we've been talking about her sister's gone, my mom. And she tried to dodge the question, and I just told her, for my mental health, I've got, I've got to stop contact with you. Because I've been dealing with this for 3 years. And if losing your sister wasn't important enough for you to even check yourself a little, then, I just mentally, I can't be around that, because it's like being around the person.
I call it loving from afar, right? You can still, they're still at heart. Mm-hmm. If you believe they were a good person before, there's still that on from before. You don't want to give up, but you got to love them from afar, because you got to protect your own mental health. Yeah. I've had to shut down friends of 40 years, and it didn't give me pleasure, but I don't stand with somebody who will support misogyny, racism. I don't know if we use TikTok friendly words on here or not, but sexual assault. We're
not on TikTok now, so we should be good at it.
So, raping, all that stuff. You support a man who did those things, and you can make excuses. You have to ask yourself a question. Is this who I am? Is this who I was supposed to be? If the answer is yes, okay, fine. You know what? You're gone. You're long gone. Go on and move on with yourself. But if the answer is no, I don't think, I wouldn't condone these things in my own life, then I shouldn't be supporting it with the highest office of the land, President of the United States. It's
just been conditioned.
And it is, like, trust me, this is worse than Jim Jones, guys. This is the biggest mind melting of America has ever seen. The Jim Jones is like child's play compared to what's happened here. I mean, because you watch every day good people you have interacted with your whole life fall victim to a man that has done nothing but lose. Everything he does, he loses. And in fact, he doesn't maybe always lose. He enriches himself, and we lose. And I'm not good with that. He fails up. Absolutely. And it's gross. Yeah. It's, what do you stand for? Yeah. Like, what do you stand for?
Yeah. I was an Eagle Scout. My mom was really in Scouts. She got the highest awarding in Scouts, Silver Beaver, as a leader. And I was a Scout from like 3 till, currently, I guess, just because my older brothers were in it, and that's one of the greatest leadership programs on the planet, and I was immersed in it. And you look around today, where are those leaders at? Like the characteristics we all know you should find in a leader. Donald Trump doesn't exhibit any of them, not a single one. The stuff we tell our children to aspire to. Yeah, that's all it is.
He's fear. It's fear, and he is not like anybody with that is in reality knows the man has no morals. Like, they don't match. And to use the church is even worse, which they do, because he is not a Christian. I grew up in the church. I believe my beliefs are my beliefs now, but I grew up in the church, and this is not a Christian man. No man, you don't get to just go around life doing awful things and saying sorry every time. And he has never said sorry, but being an apologist. I always equated to, I could go down to my son's room to wake him up every day, and if I was a real asshole, I could punch him in the face and say, "Wake up." And he'd be like, "Don't do that, please." And if I did it again the next day, and I said, sorry, that sorry means nothing anymore. Right. When you get to the second time, even, it doesn't mean anything.
Right.
So it's sad to see where we're falling. Yeah, it really is an eternal thing, Nate. It's like, you have to look inside yourself. You have to be honest with yourself. You have to be brutally honest. Right. It's okay. Everybody here is not perfect, man. I've done bad things in my life. Everybody has. You find me somebody that hasn't done a bad thing in their life, I'm going to show you somebody who's lying. Right? Everybody has to be honest with themselves, and we're all responsible for our actions, which makes what's going on right now, worse. Because Donald Trump isn't responsible for his actions, because our representatives, will not hold him accountable. But everybody else in America gets to get held accountable for things. We get to get fired from jobs if we make mistakes. We need to fire this guy. Like, this movement is the second coming of Hitler. Plain and simple.
I agree. I mean, I honestly think that if they do what they want to do, they will do more damage than those guys did. I think that if they go where they want to go, it'll be that they will accomplish what Hitler wanted to. And like basically try to do a white ethno globe, basically, and it's disgusting. But like you said, the accountability thing and like how sad it is. It's terribly sad. I've been in depression since my mom passed away 3 years ago, trying to wrestle with how my mostly MAGA family, almost all of them, can still essentially worship the man who was mostly responsible for their sister, the mother, their aunt's death, and the biggest traumatic event in my life. Sorry, get a little emotional.
Yeah, you're right, though. You said it. If the death of your sister or your death of your family member is not going to wake you up, the one that fell victim to it. Look at my mom. My mom's in memory care, and she was in assisted living in care when this was going on. And I had family members that thought it was okay to have family gatherings, even though the state said, don't do it. And luckily my mom was okay. But what I said to them, okay, I know we want to have a great Christmas, but the upside is we have a great Christmas. The downside is mom dies. Are you willing to take that risk? Because I am not. Well, unfortunately, they had a secret one, but that's a whole other story. But the point is like, we got to stop thinking about ourselves, thinking about others who are in need. Why is it that this guy gets to make all these executive orders that nothing affects him or Elon, but you're going to use federal workers' jobs, people's jobs, as your way of finding fictitious waste, fraud, and abuse? Now, there probably might be waste, fraud, and abuse, but it's not going to be found. You don't find it by axing entire departments and then go looking for it. It's crazy.
Yeah,
it's crazy. We're living in
it's
crazy
ridiculous.
times.
I mean, I understand like the approach in a business sense. If you buy Twitter and you want to like optimize it to be efficient, but America governance is not Twitter. It's not a business. Twitter doesn't have to make sure that people are incapable of feeding themselves get fed. Businesses don't do that. They don't have to worry about the bottom person. What they worry about is the bottom line. And they will feed the bottom people to a virus, to the combines of death to get that bottom line higher. So that is no way to run a government. It is the antithesis of proper governance. It's not democratic, and democracy is the only way forward. I know it's like easy to try to like go to an authoritarian and just, I don't want to think about politics, export my faculties to that guy, let him take care of it. But you can't export your sins. You can't let Donald Trump sin for you. You own all of that. You can't let the man go out and commit crimes and atrocities against your neighbors and our fellow countrymen in other countries and not have that come back on you. You own all of it. You can't export your sinning to Donald Trump. It's something they all seem they feel like they can do. Like, oh well, he's terrible, but I'm still a good person even though I support everything he does and enable all of it. And I think that's part of this, is that we need to like kind of start making our neighbors accountable for that, and that's part of like my conversations with my family, is that I want them to know, like I told my aunt, like, you might not carry this shame into the future, but my children will. Like, we have no choice. Their grandmother is gone. I can't just pretend like this didn't happen. I deal with it every second of my life. Sorry, it's tough. But I know so many people are going through it, and I've got a whole project about this COVID stigmatization and the deaths and trying to destigmatize that stuff, because we can't even talk about this stuff. Twitter shuts my stuff down when I talk about my mom, or not Twitter, I mean TikTok. People tell me that my mom was fake and didn't exist. Her suffering wasn't real. It's really hard.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Can you hear me still? Can you hear me still, Nate?
Marty.
Okay, sorry.
Yep,
I had a problem with my mic.
No worries. We're bound to have problems.
It's all about, accountability again, teaching the kids the right thing to do. I mean, if you, just like you have people coming up on panels and talking about E. Jean Carroll like it didn't happen because the Donald Trump, what he has said publicly, just denies it, but he's found guilty. So if we embrace that, then what does that mean for our kids? Do they think that people's kids, do they think it's okay to commit crimes, and that as long as it's civil, that it's okay? Or, I mean, where's the line? Where's the line? That's the question I have, is where's that line?
Yeah, and as a father, and like I said, a dude who grew up in leadership training, I just can't stomach it. I understand that some people don't want to think about it, but I'm not letting my kids grow up in that world. I'm not letting my kids see that and think it's okay. That's the same thing with my aunt, and the rest of my family. I told them I have to show my children how to stand up to this evil, because I'm not going to be here. And I don't want them, forever, and I don't want them to succumb to it. I don't. It's our duty as good citizens, good humans, good people, I guess good parents, to do our damnedest to make sure that they grow up in a better world. And it damn sure ain't coming from Donald Trump and MAGA. Look around.
No.
You. Is this a better world? Is this fucking great again?
That's crazy. And when was it? And that's a thing we can get into. But when was it ever great for African Americans and immigrants? When was it ever great? And that's not to say that America has great qualities, but that we got to understand, the context has got to be understood, that wasn't great for everybody. And making America, I don't know. I thought America was on its way. And the last time I checked, the problems that we've had have started since one and only person has showed on the scene, and that is Donald Trump. That is when our problem started. That is when the divisiveness started. That is when all these the groups that we knew existed still, but we didn't know how much, and they came out of the woods, as Joe Biden said, they came out of the woods without the hoods on. I mean, he gave them a pass to become awful human beings. And what is that teaching us? That's why it's so important to stand up and just say, this isn't okay. This is not normal. Like Cory Booker said, this is not normal. And I encourage anybody who is questioning your vote out there, if you're questioning it now, it's okay. Come into our lives, talk about it. Like, let's get that out. We're accepting.
We need to talk.
As long as you're willing to do something about it now, right? You can't take your vote back. We know that. But we can do something about it now, like these protests.
Right.
I mean,
or I can't get my mom back, you know, but my aunts and my family could join me in this fight to make sure nobody else loses their parents the same way, you know? And that, you know, I just want to see a little bit of effort from somebody, you know? That would mean so much. And like you said, we're all sinners. We've all done terrible stuff, you know, some of us worse than others, but it's about making amends, it's about introspection. And like you said, Marty, as a country, we need that introspection. You can't take your history and wipe it away. What makes America great is the fact that that terrible stuff in our past happened, and we reckoned with it. We're still trying to reckon with it. We were never perfect. Our obligation in our Constitution and our dedication in this country is to strive to perfection. And you can't do that without introspection. You know, Marty's closer to perfection now than he was 10 years ago because of his introspection, you know, and you don't have growth without some friction. You don't polish a stone without some friction. And it's hard. It's painful to own your shame, to own the stuff that you did, to tell people you did it. I'm sorry. I'm going to be better.
Absolutely.
And that's what we need to do as a country.
On it.
You know?
Absolutely. I'm going to have to jump off here for a little bit. I'll come back. I promise. We're going to help out one of our community members was going live and she was nervous about doing it herself. So I said, well, I can come off and then I'll come back for your stream. I've got the link. So I promise I'll pop in whenever I can and help you out whenever I can.
Great, Marty. Thanks so much for hopping on. I really love having your voice out there. You're a great dude. And, looking forward to what we're going to do in the future. And, you know, like you said, this crap is crappy, the stuff going on, but the beauty in these moments, like back in the Forrest Gump in the 60s, is the helpers, the people who see the atrocity and they're compelled to act. And that's where the beauty comes from. And that's where our future is that's where the seeds of our future are started. And
I'll say one thing before I leave, guys. The only person that can silence you is yourself. Do not forget that. They do not have control over your voice. They do not have control over you unless you let them. So that is why at every turn you have to resist and you have to speak up and speak up for what's right. And do not be afraid. Do not be afraid. They are not like you just a small part to play. You don't have to be out front every day. You can do small pieces to it, but do not let them silence you because that is how they win and that is what they want. And we're not going to let it happen. So I will be back.
Thank
and
you, Marty.
I am excited to see how this goes out throughout the day. I think this is great. Good job at setting up this, and I will help out in any way I can.
Thanks a lot, Marty.
Yeah.
Take care. We'll chat with you. Thanks a lot. Marty McFly, everybody. Find him on TikTok. Voices Without Walls is his website and his project. Make sure I got that right. Because there we are. Yep, that is Voices Without Walls. Check it out. He's doing some great stuff. Thank you again, Marty. And really glad to have your voice out there. It takes a lot to do and say what Marty did, what Marty's doing, to look at your son and tell him I was wrong. You know, that is the opposite of what this MAGA stuff is. What Trump will never say he was wrong. He will never be introspective like Marty is, like our movement is. Introspection is where growth happens. And we can't grow as a nation without introspection. You can't grow as a person without it. And we, as a people, need to have a little friction to get our growth going. Like I said, can't polish a stone without friction, and you can't have growth without pain. No pain, no gain, as they say. So, what I am wondering is what is going on around the world right now. Are we getting excited for the protests today? And protests, they feel good when you're there. You find community in people. You see a bunch of people who are compelled by the same stuff you are or similar stuff to go out, put their bodies on the line to get their voices out there. And that feels great, and that is cathartic and wonderful. But take that spirit home and do some work at home. Try to do something a little bit every day to help our democracy. It's as a citizen, as a decent citizen, we have obligation in this country. Voting is literally the least a citizen can do. Voting is the least a citizen can do. A good citizen in a democracy needs to be paying attention, needs to be working. Ideally, everybody should run for office at one point. The way that we get representation in office of the people that need to be heard is having those people run. Don't just leave it to the oligarchs to fill up those spots. Do it yourself. We need sage kings, as they say. We need leaders that come up from the bottom because they know the problems that happen on the bottom. The people at the top, the Elons of the world, their problems, his worst day is losing money on the stock market. It doesn't affect his life at all. He's never had a hard day. I guess he did get beat up in school when he was younger. Had to have surgery or something. That sounds terrible. He had some terrible bullies. That sounds like a shitty day, honestly. But they do not know your problems. They don't know your problems. They pardoned 1,500 domestic terrorists, and now they're going after people who are scratching Teslas on car lots, charging them with felonies. That's what they're worried about. That's what they're focused on right now. And I'm going to pause just a second. I want to remind you all who we are. We are Democracy 2.0, and we are here to give voices to people on the ground. We are here to lift up those voices from around the country, and we're going to be having some streamers come in and show us what's happening on the protests around the country. But we are here to elevate those voices. And also, as a project for Democracy 2.0, we're looking at what can be possible. What future can we build with the technology we have? How can we make our democracy better? How can we make sure that your voices are heard more regularly? And we've got a bunch of ideas. I've been studying this stuff about as long as I've been alive and able to read. And I've been compiling these ideas, thinking about it for literally decades. And this project is bringing that stuff out, showing it to you guys, refining it, starting a conversation. And we would love it if you can donate to us so we can keep the feeds up, so we can keep the streamers safe and secure. Check out our link tree. It has all of our various places to donate, to share, all that stuff. Meet us where you are. But we are here for the long haul. As I said earlier, my mom was taken from me by this movement. Probably my dad too. He died from likely, at least long COVID symptoms. And they've taken so much from me. I can't sleep until this is gone, until this is done, until I know my children won't have to reckon with this evil. I just won't rest. So I am here. I will be here until I am just bones. So anyway, if you can help us out, donate, let us know. Ooh, sorry, get a little emotional talking about my parents. They should still be here. This movement took it from us. And I'm driven to make sure nobody else loses anybody the same way. But we're excited today. I'm excited. Hey, maybe I could get these red glasses on and nobody could see my tears, huh? But that's the thing. They want us depressed. They want us broken. We're not going to be broken. We will not be broken. We are going to stand here and fight back until every last one of you realizes who you are, what you've been supporting, and why you need to change. You know, I don't hate any of you. I don't. It hurts me that you support the crap that ended my mother's life. It really hurts. And that's hard for me not to show anger. But we don't hate you. We just want you to snap the fuck out of it. You know? Sorry, a little gratuitous F-bomb there. For our streamers, we've got...
Whoa! I need to get the bleep button over here.
Oh, sorry, did we get...
No, I'm messing with. I'm messing with you.
Oh, okay.
We haven't been taken down yet. I just wanted to. Yeah, I just wanted to pop on and let everybody know that we're still getting correspondence out in the at the protests. We're going to be having several people sending us feeds. Some of them are just arriving. Some of them are on their way now. We know that there's protests already in progress on the East Coast, and I found a feed from it was on Robert Reich's Facebook. It looks like it's a feed from Hands Off, so I thought maybe we could just pop that on here and see if we can tune into that here for a minute and see how that goes. Let's see.
Sounds good.
There we go.
And for those of you watching at home, this is my lovely executive tech producer guy, Brad. We've been working tirelessly for the last 2 weeks to get this stuff to function on just a basic level at least, and we're going to try to refine this process moving forward. So what you see now is just a baby. It's just a baby. We're going to be working and helping her grow and nursing her to health and making sure she's going to be a beautiful, functioning, awesome piece of the future of this country. Yeah, it looks like we've got a pretty passionate speaker there. Who is that? That's Reverend Maxwell Frost. So this is coming in from where, Brad? Robert Reich?
Yep. It's on his Facebook.
Reich.
Reich. Yep. That was my bad.
Not like the Nazis. He's a great guy, brilliant economist. He's got great videos out there about the oligarchy, what it means to you, how they are hurting us, and literally like crunching the numbers on what is happening with that kind of stuff, you know. Right. Apps, and Brad's taking it and pushing it all together.
And then in less than 2 years, we will become the majority. And I'll tell you this, Elon Musk was on the news the other day saying, well, if the Democrats win, it's just going to be subpoenas and investigations. It's the one thing he's right about. You're damn right there's going to be subpoenas. You're damn right there's going to be investigations. Because when you steal from the people, expect the people to rise sit here and say everything is going to be okay, because to be honest, there's going to be a lot of people.
It looks like that feed is having an issue there. Yeah, I think they're having bandwidth issues there. Yeah, we'll keep an eye on that and come back to it if they get it back up. Looks like Nate's frozen there as well. We will keep the stream up, and we'll do our best to get the connections back up and get some streams from our correspondents out in the field. We should have somebody sending us a feed fairly soon. Hey, and he's back.
Okay, I had to reconnect there. Okay, yeah. I didn't know if you could tell I was gone.
Yep, it disconnected.
Okay, well, it looks like one of our correspondents got back to me, downloaded the app, joined the Discord.
Yeah, we're testing the feed to Austin, Texas. We got somebody heading to the protest there in Austin, and they'll be sending us a feed in a little bit, but we're just testing that right now.
I'll be back.
The resistance is growing, and the world needs to see it. Democracy 2.0 is bringing you real-time coverage from the front lines of the hands-off protests this Saturday, broadcasting voices that demand to be heard. We're organizing a multi-city live stream to show the power of this movement as it unfolds. And we need you. If you're attending a protest, sign up to be a correspondent for us. Go live, share what's happening, and help amplify the voices on the ground. Check out the links in the description to stay connected. You can watch the live stream, subscribe for live alerts, and sign up to be a correspondent. Let's make sure these voices are heard. Join the movement. This is democracy in action. Let's make sure the world is watching. Join us.
How's it going, Nate?
My Discord is down. I don't know why we're losing our Discord.
Did you restart the connection?
Okay.
Yo, can you hear me?
People of the world, I hope you are. Your voice, my Discord. I'm trying to get that fixed. Why? Is Discord down? I got my guesses. let's see. Especially. Okay. Discord. Are we back?
90 years old.
I just
It was
plugged
enacted 90
it
years
in.
ago. I've been working on Social Security for 50 of those years. You all drove up Robert Myers Boulevard?
Oh, yeah.
Here we go.
That's good. Yeah, this works. So,
Okay.
thank you.
Back Brad,
So,
today. Footage there. Rolling in.
Okay. How does that work? So you all drove up Robert Myers Boulevard. There's Bob Ball's building here. They started in the 1930s. They were my mentors along with Wilbur Cohen. And they would be horrified today. In all of those 90 years, there's not been a bigger threat to Social Security than Donald Trump and Elon Musk. But they have met their match. We are going to win this fight. We must win this fight. And we will. So I want to thank everyone here. We're going to hear from a number of people. And before I start, we've got some very important people in with us. We've got Izzy Patoka, who's Baltimore County Council.
Hello, everybody.
And we've got Anoria Vitold. You can raise your hand, who's been long time, now retired, spent a career in Social Security Administration working with the unions. So we're going to first hear from we are here to protect Social Security. We're here to protect the workers. The workers serve the public. So we are here to protect ourselves and all of our friends, neighbors, family, community. And again, we're going to say all day and all day, every day, hands off! 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 And with that, let me turn it over to Linda Falk sorry about that, to talk to us about how important Social Security is to her and to all of us.
When Alex Lawson asked me if I would speak as a concerned community member, I said yes. Asked if I would speak as a concerned community member, I said I am concerned. I'm kind of beyond concerned. I'm terrified. I'm angry and pissed. I'm bewildered and confused that this can happen in the United States. And I am heartbroken. This brings to mind the quote from Cory Booker, who is my personal hero at the moment. And he said, if America is not breaking your heart right now, you don't love her enough. And I do love America, and I am heartbroken and terrified. And it's hard to get out here and do this when we are heartbroken and terrified, but we know we have to. We have to fight and protect Social Security and protect federal employees and protect all of the things that we count on as Americans. So I would rather be a body pump. It's 10 a.m. on a Saturday. I would rather be a body pump with my two besties back here working out. But we ditched class so we could come and be with all y'all who are raising the roof, making it happen, showing what Social Security and America as a concept, where has my America gone, is, I'm looking at that sign back there, and that is the question. So my personal Social Security story is that I will be turning 65 in 2 months. Thank you. And I want my Medicare. I want my Social Security. I have paid it. I started working when I was 16. I have paid into the system, and my employers have paid into the system for close to 50 years, and I want my money. I really do. I need my money. I want my money. And I got my Social Security benefit statement recently, and my employers and I collectively over the last 50 years have paid in close to $250,000. I want those benefits. So that's why I'm here. It's our money. 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 So thank you so much. I'm also here, that's my story, but in a moment you're going to hear from Lisa Bogacki, who has traveled 2 hours down from Pennsylvania to talk to you about her Social Security story. I actually got connected with Alex Lawson. In a minute you're going to hear from Lisa Bogacki, who's traveled down from Pennsylvania to be with us today. I connected with Alex Lawson.
No,
Connected with Alex.
We can't see you. Stand up on the table, please. No one can hear you back there.
So I connected with Lisa Bogacki when Alex Lawson asked if we could get testimonials from real Americans about what Social Security has meant to them. I'm in a Facebook group of Democratic women with 125,000 members, and I put out the call. We got 10 videos that were sent to Hakeem Jeffries. Clips from them were played at his hearing on Tuesday. I think I saw Governor O'Malley testify there, and represented for real people getting Social Security and what it means to them and what it would mean if it were taken away. So I'm very proud of those women who did that, who took their time and energy and made videos of themselves. As we know, sometimes that's difficult to look at a video of yourself for a minute and a half, but they did it, they got it done. And Lisa, you have something better than the video. Lisa Bogacki is one of those women, and she has come down from Pennsylvania to speak to you live. So you'll hear from her in a moment. Social Security was there for her and her family on the worst day of their lives, and she is here now standing for Social Security in return. Thank you so much, and let's give Lisa Bogacki a warm Baltimore welcome.
Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now? Hi all. Thank you, Linda, for inviting me to speak here today. Although I have not yet reached retirement age myself, I have more experience with Social Security benefits than anyone would ever want to. 15 years ago, my healthy 42-year-old husband was found deceased on our couch by our then 13-year-old son. In the awful chaos that followed, I remember our 10-year-old daughter and 3-year-old son standing holding hands on the stairs while they cried quietly. His death was caused by sudden cardiac death. Later that same day, my daughter, 10 at the time, asked if we would have to leave our home and get a new house because we didn't have Daddy anymore. I promised her that day that I would do everything in my power to keep us in our home. Those early days remain blurred in my mind. I remember my father taking me to the Social Security office. I remember that crowded waiting room and that the staff there was very kind to me. Shortly thereafter, although I don't remember the details of applying, Social Security benefits, survivor's benefits for my children started arriving in my bank account to assist with their care. If not for these benefits, I would not have been able to keep my promise to our children. It is not much money. It amounted to about roughly the salary of a minimum wage job. Yet it was a lifetime for some piece of normalcy for my family. A sense of normalcy is all I wanted for my kids at that time and thereafter. They've now aged out of the program. It's a program that works exactly how it is supposed to. The benefits arrived on time. We were notified of changes very effectively. They stopped exactly when the rules said they were going to stop. I'm now about to begin widow survivor benefits. It's been part of my personal retirement plan that I spent many hours working on for quite some time. Now I have to worry every day if that is the plan that I will continue to be able to rely on. Social Security benefits were essential to the care and well-being of raising my children. It's a promise from their father, who paid into the system his entire working life. It's a promise to all of us who pay into the system our entire working lives. Yes. These are earned benefits. It is not charity. It is certainly not a Ponzi scheme. We must work on expanding these essential benefits and never consider dismantling or privatizing them. Thank you for hearing me.
Thank you. You're going to speak first.
So everybody, those stories you just heard represent all of our stories. They represent millions of people's stories. Social Security works extremely well. While Donald Trump is turning on people who are fortunate enough to have 401ks into 201ks or 101ks, Social Security is fair. It is guaranteed. It will pay those benefits. It pays them in pandemics. It pays them through war. It has never missed a payment in 90 years. And we say to Donald Trump and Elon Musk, keep your hands off our Social Security. Hands off!
What do you think about that, Nate? The
What's that?
images, the images that we're seeing there. We're back to you.
Oh, sure. I just felt like I had to reconnect or something. Well, it's it's great to see people standing up. I love that line of the 401ks are now 301ks, 201ks. It's a really like apt and apt way to put that. So a way that people can kind of understand it, get what's going on. It's great to see people up and pointing at what's going wrong. I'm really glad. I'm proud of you, America. I'm proud of you. This is what democracy looks like. This is what accountability looks like. And this is what dictators fear most. This is what tyrants fear most. This stuff happening around the country that ups Trump's pucker factor by 120%. He sees that and he knows he has two choices: stay in office till all those people rip him out like they did Saddam Hussein and all those other guys in history, or die in prison. Those are his two options. And that's why he is doing what he's doing. He knows he has two options. It's a no-win for him. He dies in prison, or he dies at the hands of the people he is stealing from and killing. So yeah, these things, they might feel good to go to, but you know what? They are also a demonstration of our power. You have power. This is the greatest power the world has ever known. When people get together, band together, use their skills, their joy, their drive to make a better world. That is the biggest power the world has ever seen. And we are starting to see it wake up. It is all over. Do we have any feeds coming in yet?
No, not yet.
I think we're going to have...
Yeah, I got a couple people on their way and testing one connection
yeah, we got
right now.
people
So
St. Louis. Brad's
shortly.
helping some of the feeds. Oh, sorry. I guess they can hear you, can't they, Brad? Yeah, Brad's trying to get people piped in. There's, like I said earlier, a lot of moving parts. This is really hard stuff. Brad has been busting his butt for like 2 weeks, trying to plug in every freaking device on the planet with different apps and different code and all this crap. This is not easy, folks. We're volunteers. This is what I do. This is what me and Brad do on our spare time. We don't, we would love to be able to spend it more time with our kids, but we're compelled to make the world a better place and to show you what's going on out there. So this is what we do in our free time. So if you have anything to spare, check out our links in the link tree, donate, like, share, whatever you can do. We would really appreciate it. Thank you. And you know what? Even if you don't do anything for us, what I would like to see you do is something. Go out, start a project. What are you good at? Are you good at gardening? Go start a garden, a community garden. Doesn't have to be, I'm trying to use like a huge word. I'm trying to, anyway, like it doesn't have to be pugnacious. It doesn't have to be like anger driven. Because joy in moments like this is rebellion. Finding joy and hope is rebellion in this time. Because hope is not a lottery ticket, like Rebecca Solnit says. One of my favorite quotes. Hope is not a lottery ticket that you hold on the couch, hoping it'll one day come in. Hope is an axe that you break down doors with. And that's what we're doing today. We're taking our hope and we're breaking down some doors so that we can enter a better future. Because we're on the wrong track, folks. You're on the wrong tracks. So take your hope, take your axe, go chop down some fascist trees, all right? Doors, trees, I don't know. I'm mixing my metaphors, but that is one of my favorite quotes. I got a video on TikTok and YouTube that I did with that quote. That's it's super meaningful for me, and I like that video I put together because it's just inspires me to act, honestly. And that book Rebecca Solnit wrote, Hope in the Dark, that is medicine for the activist soul. I've read it 6-7 times since Trump came into office, I think. I'm telling you. She has a way of putting words and talking about activism and despair that'll keep you going. She has a way of putting things and just a vision, a view of the world that is beautiful and driven. And I'm gonna pull that quote up for you right now and shout it at you. If I could get my Google to work here. I don't know why. Now they do this thing at Google, you put a search in, it's like, oh, do you want to do a search from before? Like, no, just freaking search it. I hate this. Hope is an axe. There you go. Yeah, let me. We got people in St. Louis, San Diego, Austin, Phoenix, all over. I'm gonna be piping in once this stuff starts, and we're gonna try to hit the action where it's at. But here's that quote from Rebecca Solnit. All right, I'm gonna try to pour myself into this. Hope is not a lottery ticket you could sit on the sofa and clutch, feeling lucky. It is an axe you break down doors with in an emergency. Hope should shove you out the door because it will take everything you have to steer the future away from endless war, from the annihilation of the earth's treasures and the grinding down of the poor and marginal. To hope is to give yourself to the future, and that commitment to the future is what makes the present inhabitable. Tell me that isn't some badass stuff. I don't know. That is medicine for me right there. Just a brilliant woman. I'm thankful for. Yeah, she wrote that. That's in Rebecca Solnit, Hope in the Dark, The Untold History of People Power. And you want to learn about people power? Rebecca Solnit's a great place to go. And just inspiring, too.
Okay, can you hear this? All right. So they think they can get rid of our Social Security. We say, hell no. They think they can get rid of federal workers. We say, hell no. And they think we can get rid of unions. We say, hell no. And to say it loud and clear, our next speaker, Shelley Washington, is a proud representative from the AFGE, representing the members, the workers in these buildings behind me. Awesome.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning. I had a whole speech put together and all, but hell, how can I follow this guy here? Well, all I want to say is that we're fighting for you. We're standing here. We want to make sure that we put our message out here, let them know that, damn it, we're not going anywhere. And we're going to fight for our right, that we're going to fight for what we paid for. That Social Security is not a Democratic agency. It's not a Republican agency. It's the people's agency. It's not something that they are giving to us. It's something that we've earned. It's something that we've earned. It's a right. It's not a privilege. It's a right. And we're not going to let anyone going to take our rights away from us. Period. Clear.
Hell no! Right.
Our agency at this point in time is functioning at an all-time low. The morale is at an all-time low. We're afraid to even look each other in the face around here because we don't know who we're looking at this point. No? It's a problem, and we need to alleviate this by contacting our people, letting them know, damn it, we're not going to stand for what's happening here in this building. Clear across the board. So our ask right now is that in solidarity, we want every last one of you to contact your Congress people, contact your representatives, and let them know, hands off! Social Security! Hands off! Hands off! Hands off!
So we're taking that message, hands off, all across the nation today and every day. We are going to fight and we are going to win. We must win. This is a matter that we cannot lose. So once more, one more, hands off on this side, Social Security on that side. Hands off! Social Security! 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 Hands off! So thank you, everyone, for coming today. And remember, this is a fight we can and we must win. Thank you.
started protesting when I was, well, actually, my first protest was in high school. We had a walkout in support of a teacher back then. And actually, I don't know if he was that great of a teacher now that I look back. That was my first brush in with protests. And then we did stuff with the Iraq War. When that happened, I felt compelled to come out and do protests, and we helped Peace Action do a banner drop in Chicago, advertising the protest. I think Cindy Sheehan was there the next day, and we did a banner drop over an overpass in Chicago, and got caught by the police and paddy wagons. There was like 6 of us. There's 14 cop cars and paddy wagons coming, and they had Department of Homeland Security cards we had to fill out. We got put on watch list for dropping a banner advertising a protest back then. And that was one of the scariest things. The next day we went to I've never seen anything like this in America before then or since then. So we were going to the protest the next day downtown Chicago, and came up in the subway carrying our signs, and there are these RoboCops, full riot gear, mask, trying to look all tough, and they bullied us. They were right there at the top of Subway, giving people these colored pieces of paper that said, "You have been warned. You are protesting outside of a free speech zone. If you are found carrying a sign and this colored piece of paper, you will be arrested." That's Chicago PD that did that. Can you believe that? There were hundreds of people throwing their signs away because they had to carry them from the subway to the protest. And the cops there were abusing these people's First Amendment rights by threatening them with arrest if they didn't throw those signs away. How do you get a sign to a protest? You have to freaking carry it. These cops were arresting people for carrying signs to a protest. I hope those guys lose sleep at night, but they won't. They were protecting essentially a genocide on the other side of the planet by quashing their neighbors' rights. They ain't good people, man. I don't care where you're at. I don't care what your line of work is. That ain't cool. Okay. Looks like we got Marty is back. Brad is away a bit, Marty. But we'll probably want to get back up. We'll get you up in here. And we're going to have our correspondents from around the country. They're going to be piping in St. Louis. I think we're going to be having a feed here shortly. Oh, my audio's low. Oh, okay. No, he said that earlier. Okay. Yeah, I had my damn mic turned down. Too many knobs and whistles here. We're hoping to get Marty back on. Marty McFly, Voices Without Walls. Really cool project he's doing at Missouri. Right near St. Louis, Missouri. I'm not sure exactly where he's stationed. But really good dude. Really happy to have met him. He's taken his time at his day to help America, help his neighbors, to make amends for what he supported. That's a good dad. That's a great person there. He looked at himself. He said he saw the pain his son brought to him and said, I need to look at myself. I need to see, what have I done that hurt my son this way? What have I done that made my son view me this way? And he looked at himself and he saw what his son saw, and he changed. That is masculinity. Not this beating your chest stuff. What Marty McFly did, that is masculinity. That's the masculinity we need to model for our children, for lost men out there who are looking to fascism. Masculinity is not buying guns. It is not beating your chest. It is helping people in your community that need it without being asked. It's service to your fellow man. That is masculinity. That is what being a man is. And I don't want, I'm a man. I can speak from my experience. I don't want to sound like all misogynist or whatever, but there's a crisis right now. These men out there thinking they can model Donald Trump to be masculine. That is not masculinity. That man hasn't done a manly thing in his life. He hasn't swung an axe. He hasn't, okay, we got Marty. He hasn't swung an axe. He hasn't dirtied his hands. He wouldn't dirty his hands if his daughter was passing away in front of him. That man has no morals. He doesn't care about a soul, not even his own family. He's just there to fill that bottomless void that he has in his soul with money. Him and Elon. Richest people on the planet still want more. Could you imagine? Richest man who has ever existed, and he's wandering around looking for pennies to take from starving children. This man is the sickest dude who's ever lived. Richest man in the world, going around trying to starve children so that he could buy the moon. That is an atrocity. That man should be locked up just for his inhuman drive to consume. It's disgusting. We need to stop glorifying these people. That is a sickness. Elon, you have a sickness. That is disgusting. And we are the cure. We are the cure, man. We're here for you. Seriously. I've done a lot of videos and stuff on Tesla and all that stuff. You can check them out. But anybody with eyes who has not had their mind captured by a cult can see who these people are, And I'm really glad that the people who have seen it, who are seeing it, are now compelled to show their neighbors that we see it, that we know what you support. There is no more question anymore. This is fascism. I've read hundreds of books on fascism, authoritarianism. I've listened to tens of thousands of hours of experts. I could cite dozens of them. This is fascism. This is fascism. Like Marty was talking about earlier, that nostalgia for past. Fascists always have a nostalgia for a past that didn't exist. Because they're striving to create a world that can't exist, so that they will always stay in power. Because if you can't attain your goals, you'll never need to leave, right? And Donald Trump isn't accomplishing any of your goals. None of them. I guess if you like to see brown people suffering, that's all you've gotten so far from Donald Trump. And that's enough for a lot of people out there. But not for the good people. Not for the good people of America. And we're here to tell you, it's not enough. And it's not just that it's not enough. That's disgusting. Locking up people, taking them out of our country, putting them in gulags in different nations. Is that the future you want? Is that what you want our children to grow up thinking is okay? Because if you support MAGA right now, you support that. You support it. They're deporting people without due process. And then they are refusing to return them. There's a thing called disaster authoritarianism. And it's a relatively new term. I've been diving into it. It's a relatively new term in political science. But it's related to like disaster capitalism, right? So capitalism currently it doesn't matter. It's like Robert Kennedy said, not the goofball out there today, the good one. He said, he had this great speech how the GDP in America, it measures cigarettes. Okay, it measures people dying from cigarettes. People die from cigarettes, GDP goes up. And car crash, ambulance comes in, GDP goes up. And that's what happens with capitalism. There's no morality in straight capitalism. I'm a capitalist. I like capitalism, but it needs to be regulated. It looks like we might have Marty McFly back. He was just doing it live on his TikTok. And Love for him to come
I'm
back
back.
when he gets a chance. I think Brad's. Oh, hey.
Here I'm
How's it
at.
going, man?
I'm back. I'm back. Like what you were
Hey.
having to say there. I wanted to.
Oh, thanks.
People that haven't heard this poem, I'll read this poem. Probably a lot of people have, but a lot of people haven't in regards to it. The mustache man in Germany. First, they came for the socialists, and I did not speak out because I was not a socialist. Then they came for the trade unionists, and I did not speak out because I was not a trade unionist. Then they came for the Jews, and I did not speak out because I was not a Jew. Then they came for me, and there was no one left to speak for me. Okay, think about those words. MAGA, Republicans, if you think that you are going to be left and untouched, you are next. You are one, and heck, you might even be some of the first ones. You need to think about that. You know, they're here. The Americans are speaking out right now and using their voice, and you need to take heed and look what is happening to your country. If you get an enjoyment off of other people's suffering, you are a Nazi. You are a racist. You are Donald Trump. If you continue to support him when he is doing this, you get upset if somebody calls him a Nazi, you are in that movement and you're supporting that. And if you're upset because somebody calls him that, ask yourself why he's being called that. Truly ask yourself, why is he being called that? Just saying.
Yeah, I agree. You know, I think that it might have been a bit too far to say that in his first term, even though I was saying it.
Yeah, no, I get
studied
it.
this for years. But like it's impossible to deny it right now. I think these people have been conditioned to the point that our cries in pain are what drives them. Or brown people, their cries in pain is what they get from Donald Trump right now. And we've seen movements like that, and there's only one way that goes, you know? And it's not a good way, you know? And once people are there conditioned to hear the suffering of other people and revel in it, that's when terrible things happen. And you look at your neighbors
and they can get out, right? Anybody can get out. You just have to wake up. You know, we have a guy named Hollow Point, he's called, on TikTok. And I'll tell you what, Hollow Point and I had a drag out. We do what we call a Minnesota Goodnight on my panel. If you get rude and nasty, you get Minnesota Goodnight. But this one happened to be me screaming because he triggered me, which doesn't happen very often. And I went completely berserk and dropped him. He has come to the light. He had an experience. He woke up, and he is now speaking on our panel, and he's speaking out, and he is educating himself, and he cannot believe, in his words exactly, I looked in the mirror finally, and I saw the man that I had become, and I did not like what I had become. And he then could see Donald Trump. It takes that spark. Somebody hears something that sparks their brain, they don't even know it, and they start leaving the cult silently, and they start finally being able to actually hear who Donald Trump is, what he's saying, and hear those things. Because before,
I say it's always silent,
the blinders were
not you.
Well, silently first, you know, because I was doing the silent maneuver out, you know, where I was telling myself in my brain, but when I finally came out. But yeah, then we have a choice, right? If you come out silently, then you have a choice. You could stay silent, but why would you, right? We need those voices. We needed those dogs in the fight.
Right. Especially
I was just watching. We had St. Louis. Wells is in St. Louis, and it was pretty good there. It's raining, but there looks like a great turnout in St. Louis as well.
That's awesome. My wife is there, and the little crew. I'm glad to hear that. I haven't seen any feeds from there yet, so I'm looking forward to seeing our local peeps.
Yeah,
Nate, they had a good activist speaking.
Nate, we got a feed from St. Louis if we want to go there. If you guys want to,
that's great. Sure.
See what they got going.
That's awesome.
Yeah, it looks. I mean, that's a great turnout for rain, you know, and this is what we need, right? You know, fascism is still there when it's raining.
Yeah, right.
Sorry about that audio.
Yeah, so you might want to mess with the audio there, Brad. Cool.
Oh, that's good though. That's good. I mean, then people can hear what's going on. Look at that. I mean, that's great.
Yeah, that's awesome. And like I was saying, this is what dictators fear. This is their biggest fear. Donald Trump's pucker factor has gone up 120% today.
And it should keep
'cause, yeah,
going
that's
up. I mean, again, people get it now. People are starting to wake up. When you have, I had my panel, because my panel is about, I'll bring up people who have regret their vote, bring up Mega and talk about it and why they were in it.
it's a great show.
And we had like 5 people in a week. That's the most we've had in a week, I bet, in a long time. And they were coming
That
up
gives
and
me
they're
hope.
just being honest. It takes getting vulnerable. It's not easy to speak about. It's not easy to admit you're a dupe, but it's okay. It's okay, because you need to do it. If you want to get
Right.
out, you have got to do it, and you've got to do the work. We can
And
lead you to the water, but they got to drink.
Right. And I think that's the thing, Marty, and that's taken me time. And I got to remind myself that all the time, because I've been so emotionally attached to this with what happened to my mother and family, that it's hard not for me to get lashed out or blame people. But it's not their fault. Fascism, it works on people's heads. It's like a science. They've been studying this for a very long time. Especially on younger lost men. It really it works. And they're spending millions and billions of dollars to get this effect out of people. And if we blame them, they will have a harder time coming out. Tell them it's not their fault. It'll be easier for them if they're not feeling the blame. Tell them, remind them, you were a victim in this. These jerks are doing everything they can to manipulate you. So don't put the blame on these people. It might feel hard when you get personally attacked or something, but do your best. And I'm going to try to do my best.
I mean, think about people don't realize that the mind melting process is this. So there was a reason why, and I pick up on the little things now. First, when you come out of a cult, you can see it from afar away. You can see that you can see it so clearly. But when she said to Donald, look, she said to America, look, he's gonna say immigration all night, even when it's not immigration. That is what he's going to do. Now, she's not a clairvoyant. What she did there was understand that Donald Trump repeated immigration and something to do with the economy and pricing all day, every day, beat you over the head with it, and they literally got them so angry and ginned up that they forget all reality, and now they become it. So thinking about those, they have to take time to think about the little things. What led up to it? How did I get into this? If they're honest with themselves, they can get out.
Yeah. And like I said, I don't know if you heard me before you came on, Marty, but that's what masculinity is. What you did. You're a good dad. You heard your son, he came to you, he said, Dad, you're messing up. I don't know who you are, and you didn't, instead of trying to be punitive and brush him off and say, you don't know anything about me, you looked at yourself and you said, what am I doing to my son? Why is he seeing me this way? And you changed. That's masculinity. It's not buying guns or beating your chest. It's listening to people and taking what they say to heart, especially people you care about, and doing the hard thing and saying I was wrong, and then working your damnedest to correct that mistake. I'm really proud of you. I don't I don't know you that well, and I'm sure my pride doesn't do crap for you, but man, it's just nice
it does.
to know
Look, I
that
mean,
people
every
like you.
person that is willing to talk to me, and they can, those kind words go a long ways, right? There's been times on here. There was a time when my account on TikTok was taken permanently. My first account, I was up to 5,000 at that time. I was up to 5,000 followers. I was ready to quit. If you had heard me on a live that night, you wouldn't have recognized the guy, because I was so angry that I was done. But
really
Will Westmoreland, thank goodness, a guy, with the back 40, it's the people that I go to,
Awesome,
we're working together in a lot of ways, and he basically said, you can't leave, Marty, you can't do it, we need your voice. And every step of the way, they've tried to knock me down, but you know what? I'm not going to get knocked down. I'm going to keep getting back up, and that's what we need. But
That's
the
right.
words of encouragement, the people who come on, the people who say this is a safe place, the people who say thank you for doing this. You know what? I'm just being me, and I want to bring everybody else along with me, because I don't do it for money. I do it because we need to change this. We need to change this. And I don't make money on my streams. I'm not a monetizer where I'm making tons of money. I'm just I just want to get out there and get the word and do good, right? We all have a part to play. And all these people out there, they're playing their part today. And I think it's amazing.
It's beautiful. It's beautiful. America is finding her voice.
That's right.
She's been lost.
I mean, I've never seen anything like this. I mean, I'm 50 years old. I've never,
awesome.
And let's face it, 20 years ago, the guy wouldn't even have seen the light of day in the office. It just wouldn't have happened. But there's, lots of things involved. You got the internet is promoted misinformation. You got Elon Musk, who literally bought a social media platform to promote misinformation on purpose. It's all part of the plan. Hungary's already ran the plan. His buddy Orban, they already ran the plan, and they know how it works, and they're doing the same thing. But guess what?
I mean,
there's
Putin
America
like
here. It's our country.
Version, I guess.
Yeah, Putin is too.
Yeah.
And, it's scary if you think about it. What's Putin? Putin didn't get any tariffs. Imagine that. Didn't put any tariffs on Putin.
See that map?
Even if they're not exporting a lot, he could have done it symbolically because he knew exactly what was going to happen if he didn't. But you know what? He's bought and paid for.
He is. I say he definitely created a symbol. He it's just the wrong. The other way. I mean, it's friend shoring is what they call with this tariff stuff. Is it like you shore up your friends, the people that like Donald Trump feels like are friends, by not putting tariffs on their stuff, right? And so that's part of what he's doing here, and that's what he's advertising. Like, look, America, we're screwing everybody over, but over there, you see that place, Russia, not getting any tariffs? That's who we want to work with. If you want to work with America,
yesterday
get no
he
tariffs,
said something, Nate.
Be like Russia.
Yesterday he said something. Yesterday he said, in which we all had an inkling that he wants to tank the market. Okay. He said, I'm doing it on purpose. So what I heard there, Americans, is I'm doing it. I am putting people out of work. I am putting our economy in the dirt. I am raising prices, and I admit it. I'm doing it on purpose. What did he run on?
Not gonna feel anything.
Well, exactly, but that's why
Cheaper
this
eggs,
false
right?
idol that they're following. It's a false idol. They're following false propaganda, and when you got people out there who they have gotten mind melted, where they're saying Russia's not so bad, Ukraine is bad. Like, there is major alarm bells. Like, wake up, America. Like,
When you see that they can go in 2 months from we need cheaper eggs. This is the biggest crisis on the planet is the price of groceries. And in 2 months, now they're saying it's patriotic to starve your children for Elon. I mean, think of what could happen in 4 months from now.
Right. Exactly. Exactly. Well, you just said it. Well, how many months are we into this? How many months?
10 weeks, right? Something like that. 9 weeks?
10 weeks. 10 weeks.
So,
10 weeks, one man, and one man only, who is a thin-skinned baby who cannot handle criticism and is a fascist, has managed to put so much damage to our country that my daughter, your kids, if you have kids, our kids are going to be the ones finishing the cleanup when we finally get rid of the Cheeto.
There's no doubt about it now. There's no doubt about it.
And that's
I'm
what
gonna spend the rest of my
that
life
makes me
cleaning
more
up,
mad
I
than
know.
anything, man. I don't know about you.
I know. And
Like our kids.
another
This
thing
is
is
our
just
kids.
digging up this racism that we had fought so goddamn hard
Push down.
to eliminate but reduce, and resurrecting it so that my kids have to be immersed in it. And my kids are white, like that racism doesn't affect them the same way. It affects us all. But for them to now have to hear that same shit that we should be.
I mean, we're repeating history.
It's just starting over. It's just
I don't know. When I was in school, we were already pretty well past it for the most part, I thought. Not past. Look, it's always there, and it's always going to be there. Just inherently is going to be there. But we were doing such good work.
Some of the major
and now what's their first thing?
Yeah.
Like, they're not racist, but they're attacking DEI. Because and they tell their people that they don't
Erasing
even,
Jackie
people don't even
Robinson.
know what DEI is. They're all qualified
It's a
people.
shortcut.
Yeah, it's a shortcut. Exactly. And you know what? It's okay
It's like a
because
way that
guess
they-
what? Based on your skin and our skin, we're privileged that we could walk in and get a little bit more opportunity. It's just a fact. And if somebody's uncomfortable hearing that, then they need to check whether or not they fully understand racism, because they're being racist in that moment.
Yeah. Totally.
Lady Jane,
Yeah,
thank you for
There's
showing this
implicit
so much.
bias in all of us.
Yeah. This right here. This is what's called democracy right here. This is what's called exercising your freedom of speech. And freedom of speech, yes. So, let's talk about that a little bit, Nate. Like, you hear those people that say,
"Go ahead.
Well, I can say what I want, right? It doesn't matter if it's nasty, if it's racist. Yeah, you know what, you can. But guess what? I could go down and say something really racist in a diverse neighborhood, and I best be ready to get the consequence of whatever that's going to be. And it might be getting physically harmed. And so you're responsible for your words still. You don't get to just say them without impunity. You cannot just say them and not expect a reaction. It's just, you have the freedom to say it, but you also have the freedom to receive the retribution.
Not freedom from consequence. Yeah,
correct.
Right. Yeah, well, that's and that's like, fascists have historically always used free speech, or as Elon likes to say, free speech absolutist, as a cudgel. First of all, they use free speech against democracies because they will push their rhetoric to the edge of incitement. And that's why they're trying to eliminate Germany's laws. That's why JD is complaining about their speech over there, because they know the Germans' laws, since the Nazis were eradicated, they know those laws worked. And that's why they're trying to eliminate them, because they want a free-for-all. They want to do what that evil man didn't do. And think about that. They're actively trying to instill this. They know that the laws in Germany reduced the hate speech and have not allowed those people to resurface. But as they've been attacking those laws, they're starting to bubble up again. Aside from just using free speech to incite, they attack other people's free speech, and they use that term free speech. They co-opt it, and it no longer means freedom of speech. It means speech they like. And it convinces people that when you continually do it, that speech they like is the only type of speech that should be allowed. And that's where they're wanting to go, and you can see it. Look at what Elon did to Twitter. I got kicked off. I had 35,000 followers. I got kicked off the same day as Kathy Griffin and Sarah Silver.
Oh, and she did
I did the same thing. I changed my profile to Elon. What's that?
Oh, I thought it was
What's
when
that,
Kathy Griffin with Donald's head, but
no, it was when they changed their profile to Elon in protest, because he was like saying to everybody, free speech absolutist.
You got your account banned.
People changed their and they never reinstated it. I was attacking Elon like daily. So,
but you know what? You're funny. It's funny because I got during the Trump, the first term, right after when I finally had switched. And during that second campaign, I started tweeting during the COVID pandemic, when he was literally doing nothing. I started tweeting from Hamilton, the king, about when you'll thank me when you're dead, basically, like his constituents. And so I kept tweeting it at King Donnie, King Donnie, King Donnie, and they literally took my account, shut it down for spam. But
crazy,
they can't handle it.
Yeah, the free speech absolutists are the ones that try to crush
Social
speech.
Security headquarters. This is a good one.
Okay. Brad, you there? You want to call this up? Is that what you're saying, Marty?
Just saying, it's up there. I can see it. I was just saying. I was just listening to what they're saying here.
Yeah, I think this person already spoke earlier, so I don't know if this is. Let me just make sure this is live. Yep. No, maybe
if
she's.
I've gotten a couple texts of wanting to find out where they go to find this stream specifically. What places?
Go
This hands-off one?
Democracy 2.0.
Yeah. Well, for us, where if they want to see what we're talking about, Nate and I.
This feed right here. Democracy 2.0 on Facebook. You know what, Marty? I'll send you a link, and you could put it out where
perfect.
you, I guess, on your Discord or whatever. Sorry, we should have done that.
That's fine.
We've been stitching this parachute after we jumped out here. I'll get it to you right now.
Yeah, just text it to me. That's cool.
We're fortunate enough to have 401ks into 201ks or 101ks.
Yeah.
I don't know if anybody saw that last night. Adam Schiff did say that they did the voter-rama, and they did get they passed the Republicans wouldn't take any the budget stuff. They've kind of it's cleared a hurdle, so there's still lots of people going to lose Medicaid and some of their in these cuts. It's absolutely ridiculous.
You know, and people are like, well, they're not that. Well, they're not. And people are saying, well, that'll wake them up. And it will, some of them. But they're going to blame us for that. They're going to blame, they've already indicated, Elon saying that the people who scream the loudest when you take their Medicare away, those are the fraudsters. So they're already trying to associate criminality with need for social programs. They're trying to equate those two things. And it's blatant. So that's where they're going, in my opinion. They're going to try to do more of that. They're going to say they know people are going to hurt. And what do demagogues, fascist, authoritarians do? Everything is either a victory for them or a grievance to be avenged. And this is going to be a grievance to be avenged. And all they're going to do is direct that anger at us. That's what I'm thinking. And it'll work for a lot of them, I imagine. I mean, I know I'm like predicting the future, but I've been right about a lot of this stuff. And why would he say stuff like that? But it's so.
Oh, I agree. You know, it's. I think you're probably in the same boat as me. Like, I thought, look, I believed and knew everything we were saying was true. That was going to happen. But I don't think anybody could have really, truly predicted how bad and how quick and how bad this got.
Yeah.
I think where people were just a little, we were all maybe a little like, I didn't want to believe that he could actually win. I did not believe he could win. Didn't believe it for a second. I'm like, there's just not enough, but it's the misinformation campaigns. I don't know if you saw the article, but 2 million votes were legally suppressed in this election. 2 million.
Yeah. And that's where it's going.
Legally.
Is that legal suppression. Yeah. And it's just gross, you know, and it's not going to get any better as long as these people have power, you know. Okay, I'm going to try to make sure I get this to you, Marty.
Yeah, you're good. Take your time.
That's the YouTube one.
Okay, let's see.
And gotta get the okay. But yeah, I think that's where they're going, like trying to equate social need for social programs with criminality. And so the people who scream the hardest when they take their food from them, it's not that they're starving, Elon's saying, it's that they're fraudsters. So it's just despicable. Could you imagine someone doing that in your community? Saying, let's shut down the food banks, and the people who complain about it are the ones we should go after. I mean,
right.
This is what they do.
Right.
They attack the marginalized people, and they move to the center. Sorry, go ahead.
Well, yeah, and let's be honest, Nate. When is Donald Trump going to have any of this is ever going to affect him or Elon Musk? Ever. Never.
He's
right?
Never. In his life.
Exactly.
Yeah.
They've never had to struggle for anything. You know, and so when
and they know they'll be
they've got all this money and they're like Elon Musk, if he really is here to help democracy and help people, he could take half his wealth and help this country immensely. You could help almost every. You probably could take every homeless person and get them off the street.
Yeah, he could have ended hunger with a pittance
if he wanted to
of his, a mere tiny portion of his entire wealth. I saw somebody, News Dude on TikTok and YouTube. Kind of a younger guy. He just like at the news of the day and talks with magazines and stuff. He's brilliant. He does a lot of cool stuff. He did this little short the other day. It was like, or yesterday, I think, talking about we lost $2 trillion in the market. It's fun fact. We lost $2 trillion in the market yesterday. He goes, another fun fact. if we would have taken that true $2 trillion and bought eggs with it, every country would have free eggs for 40 years or something like that.
I mean, yeah, I mean, and
The
people are like,
madness.
well, that's just ridiculous, you know, but it's not. You have to use these simple analogies. You have to use these analogies to help people understand. And what I don't, the other thing I don't understand about the other side, especially the ones that are extreme in it, when did you come? Were you always this hateful? Like, when did you this habit of going around and calling people leftists and radical left and all this crap? It's like we're human beings. And just because I don't believe that your way that you want to do things is exactly right does not mean that I am extreme or left extreme. What I'm fighting for is human beings and being a good human being. You know, I'm pro-human. That's what I am. Pro-human. Period. End of story. We're all human. Look at that. Hands off New York
when
City
you
families.
see the
That's
suffering.
great.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's like have you no decency? You know, like look at what you're celebrating. These
it's
people being had their head shaved and taken out of our country to a gulag in a different place. It is
that right there. That's one of the worst. That's one of the ones that doesn't
regimes.
get talked a lot about. You're right. Like we're taking a citizen of the United States and we put him into a prison in another country. Are you with no due process? Are you kidding me? Donald Trump broke the law, was found guilty, and he got to sit out and never have anything done, and he was able to cancel all his cases. But we're going to take an everyday American citizen that fought for their rights to be here, who has a citizenship, and then without due process, we're going to send him to another country? Oh, heck no. That's not how this works. Except Donald Trump thinks he's above the law.
Yeah, and
he knows. There's Charlie down there. Said hi.
Chamber.
We got Charlie in the chat. He said hi, Nate.
That's awesome. Hey, Charlie. Hope you're well, buddy. I heard he had some trouble. Like I said,
yeah, he's doing okay.
I'm in the area.
I yelled at Charlie because he went home from the hospital when he didn't wait around for the last part. I'm like, go back. Nope. Charlie wasn't gonna have it. He went on to be home. He was determined to see his son. His son had something going on and was getting honored for something. So that was why.
That's great. Yeah, Charlie, if you, I know I messaged you, but if you feel like coming up, we might be able to get you up. I don't want to speak for Brad, but we could probably do it. Great people. It's great just to see so many people out there. It's just awesome. It's inspiring.
Yeah, I mean,
I've been fighting this stuff since I was like 16.
Did you ever think when you were a kid, though? Did you ever, Nate? Did you ever think as a kid like you'd be here today, like doing something like this? You ever think about how crazy it is that we're in this moment? Not only just in this moment, but we're on a video stream, which when we were kids was like what a stream was, a freaking thing of water. You know.
Right.
At least when I was a kid.
And now, yeah, everybody can do it from their phones. It's nuts. But yeah, I had some inklings. Honestly, I've been in leadership training, like I said, since I was 3. And, just, I really took after it. I got my eagle. I was the most involved scout you could be, and I just felt there was something for me to do in the future because of this stuff, that I was learning. And I don't know that I knew that this would happen. I definitely feared this would happen. For much of my life, I'm just a natural worrier. I just worry all the time. I didn't used to sleep at night sometimes, worried about my family. But I don't know. I've seen like just the terrible side of humanity a lot. So I didn't know that we would be here, but I felt like I would have to fight someday. I had weird visions, be like not making it because of stuff like that, dreams. I mean, it's weird, and I don't put stuff into that. I'm not religious or spiritual, I guess spiritual, but like, I don't have a faith anymore, I guess. in humanity, but not in a deity, I guess. But I kind of did, I guess, not think that we would be here because I had, I guess, more hope for our neighbors or in our neighbors. I thought they were better people. I guess that's a bad thing to say. I'm sorry. I thought they would see it, before it got here. But
yeah, I mean,
but we're not.
I just
We
think
didn't
people,
go over the edge. Go on.
people are on a cruise control sometimes. They're worried about themselves. They're not. And look, and it's not like that means they're this horrible person, but people get stuck in their tunnel vision.
Right.
They don't see what's happening around them. That is why in Germany was able to happen. Is people didn't. I mean, who's going to think that a man is going to come, take control, and then start exterminating people? Nobody's going to have that thought back then. And when it got to the point, it was too late. That's why we're saying, like, don't let this be too late. We're not. We have the power. We the people have the power.
Yeah. And one of the things is that a lot of the people from that regime never reconciled with it. They went on believing that they were right. The rest of the world was wrong forever. Right. Not all of them, but some of them. If you read Milton Mayer's book, They Thought They Were Free, Germans, 1933 to 1945. It's one of the most brilliant and insightful books on human psychology and fascistic governments. It's brilliant. You can get it for free, PDF out there. Find it out. You can find audiobooks. It was written in 1946. He spent 13 years basically among the Germans in that time, interviewing 10 different people. He called them his friends, and he was friends with them. He didn't look at them as terrible, immoral people. He called them the little Nazis, and you can Google that phrase. It's got a lot in it related to it now. But that's kind of who we're talking about, the little MAGAs. These are the people who, they didn't necessarily hate the Jews. They didn't necessarily want all of that, the Holocaust to happen, but they were focused on their narrow piece of the universe, just trying to get by. And they knew a lot of that stuff was happening, but they didn't feel compelled to act. They were oftentimes just happy that it wasn't happening to them. And some of them didn't believe that it was happening, because they had echo chambers and stuff back then too, but it's a really insightful book.
I think everyone in my family that voted for him, they didn't realize what was happening either. In many ways, right? You become asleep at the wheel, and then when others, this is why it gets frustrating. Let's face it. Like, I don't know about you, but when I'm talking to somebody, and I've been through this experience, and this is my life. Like, this was the word of my life, and I'm talking about, and when I say these things, and I tell them all these truths. I'm like, this is what's happening right now. You have to wake up. They don't believe me, but they'll believe an orange man in the White House that has been proven to mislead or lie in the 4 years he was in the office over 40,000 times. What is going on when you can't believe somebody who would come up and probably say, for example, in my case, if they asked you about me, or I asked about somebody asked them, they would say, very honest, genuine person, can be trusted, dependable. Okay, but they won't believe me. They think that Donald Trump is telling the truth over me. It's really hard to even fathom that.
Yeah, and that's part of what authoritarian rhetoric does. It's not designed to convince. It's not perpetrated on masses to convince. It's designed to destroy reason. It's designed so that the people don't use logic anymore. They use these rhetorical shortcuts like, oh, Marty has an argument, but he's a lib, and we're supposed to own the libs, so nothing he says matters. Like, he's just a lunatic.
It's that endorphin.
So nothing you say,
right? It's
thought stopping. Anything it's what happens in cults. They because it's coming from a source that they don't trust, that isn't part of the cult, and isn't repeating the cult mythology, they shut the brains down. It's thought stopping, and they don't accept it because Marty, you're a lib, and you are only to be owned.
Right? Exactly.
Or listened to.
Yeah, which is sad, because it's like,
oh,
what's a lib? First of all, what and the labels, the labels. Let's get to that too. The labels, okay. What and if you
Shortcuts.
call me woke, anybody calls me woke, I will carry that badge with a badge of honor, because you know what?
Yeah.
We care about people. I had like I mentioned about
Yeah.
Hollow. Hollow came into our live. We opened our arms. We listened to him. We gave him love, and he considers us family, just like everybody else that's come part of our community. And when he's speaking, he couldn't believe us, especially myself, who had a knockout, drag-out fight, that I would accept him open arms. And he said, what he realized about our group is 20 of us would come to the defense of one of ours every day, all day, nonstop. And 20 megas would attack the one. That's it.
Yeah. And that's part of it, man. I think we're not going to beat these people into believing us. That's not how this works. It's got to be with love. It's got to be with open arms. We got to show them a better way. We got to show them how to be good people. Show them that all of us should be welcoming, and the way we get out of this is together. There's no way through it. And we got to own our mistakes. We got to acknowledge them and grow from them.
One thing that, the other thing we need to work on too is in politics is that when you have, this group, they all get free health insurance. They all get lifetime I think it's $184,000 a year for life when they leave Congress.
Nice.
That stop, because if they don't have the same thing as us and they don't go through the same thing as everyday Americans, how are they going to fight for us for that? As well as,
if you have health care, why would you feel compelled to go fight for other people's health care?
Correct. Right? And when you get in there, that is why in a lifetime $184,000 and doing the stocks and stuff, that is like that's why they stay then. It's not because they want to, a lot of them want to serve the people. A lot of them just want to stay there for the benefits. And those benefits should be available to all. Like, there's no reason why we are the only one of the only countries in this world that, out of a bunch of civilized countries, that has healthcare that is, we profit on people's sickness.
Yeah, sick care system, right? It's
sick care, exactly. And so when you have Robert Kennedy, R.F. Kennedy Jr. in here now, people, this is they want to make America sicker, because guess who gets rich when America's sicker? The billionaires, the owners of the medical insurance companies, and we're sicker and we're more dependent on them. That is why our community in the Voices Without Walls want to help homestead stuff, teach people how to be less dependent on the government, because the government right now is not watching out for them. It's not. What's up, Jaffs?
No, it's not.
Good to see you, my friend.
And all these, it's not getting better right now. Like the stuff they're cutting today is it's gonna kill people. It's gonna kill a lot of people. One program they cut, global program, vaccination program they cut for kids, vaccines for children, which helps us too because it stops viruses before they get turned into pandemics.
I don't
so
think
even if you were selfish, this would be a good program. What's up?
People should be concerned when the health, Robert RFK Jr. has people quitting his administration already, or his because of what he is doing. We have people out there having vitamin A toxicity because he told them that is the way to fight measles. It's dangerous.
Yeah.
And
kids.
They're conditioning the kids to believe it too. So like half the kids, well, let's face it, they're indoctrinated into it, unfortunately, by family members. It's just gross.
Yeah. Yeah. Little fascists come from big fascists.
That's true. It's true.
It's sad. You reminded me of something, and especially with I thought of it earlier, but again, you reminded me, the good Robert Kennedy, the one that had good stuff to say, that cared about other people. And think about how dichotomic this is between these two. All right, I'm going to read a quote from him. Here's Kennedy Sr., Robert Kennedy Sr. He's outlining what he thought about the gross national product and how it's an insufficient measure of success of a country. I studied this kind of stuff in college. Sustainability is my degree. But so he wrote, even if we act to erase material poverty, there is another greater task. It is to confront the poverty of satisfaction, purpose, and dignity that afflicts us all. Too much and for too long, we seem to have surrendered personal excellence and community values in the mere accumulation of material things. Our gross national product now is over $800 billion a year. But that gross national product, if we judge the United States of America by that gross national product counts our air pollution and cigarette advertising and ambulances to clear our highways of carnage. It counts special locks for our doors and the jails for the people who break them. It counts the destruction of the redwood and the loss of our natural wonder and chaotic sprawl. It counts napalm, and it counts nuclear warheads and armored cars for the police to fight the riots in our cities. It counts Whitman's rifle and Speck's knife. I can tell you what that means. And the television programs which glorify violence in order to sell toys to our children. If the gross national product does not allow for the health of our children, the quality of their education, or the joy of their play, it does not include the beauty of our poetry or the strength of our marriages, the intelligence of our public debate, or the integrity of our public officials. It measures neither our wit nor our courage, neither our wisdom nor our learning, neither our compassion nor our devotion to our country. It measures everything, in short, except that which makes life worthwhile. And it could tell us everything about America except why we are proud that we are Americans. And if this is true at home, so it is true elsewhere in the world. I love that speech. I think about how different he is from the current Robert.
Exactly. And, you know,
and that's what's wrong with America.
It is. It is. You know, it's almost like serving in government has become it's a popularity contest. It's a I'm going to get on camera thing. I am about, again, and a lot of them, not all of them, are about myself. Marjorie Taylor Greene, about her crazy self. Lauren Boebert, about herself. That's the MAGA movement. It's like it's me only. Not anything that you have to say. I don't care what you have to say. We can't meet in the middle. Last time I checked, democracy takes two sides, and you need to meet in the middle, and you make agreement, and you disagree on some things, but you make a compromise. That is what democracy is. Yeah. We do democracy on these panels every day, better than what we have going on If you go back, think about back when before all this started. I bet you we could find very few, if any, Supreme Court nominees or any of the people being, put up for positions ever getting a party line vote. It's never happened. It was 90. It'd be 80 some votes. We might have a few nays, but it overwhelmingly passed by both sides because of that. Why? Because they knew what democracy was. They had some morals, and they met in the middle. And now what we have is a bunch of people who want to have all the power, who want it to be their way only, and they're not going to work with the other side. And that, my friends, is why they all that do that need to go. We need to primary everyone that is not for the people.
Yeah, the only way out of this is by bringing all of our voices to the table and forcing the people who are silencing people to reckon with us. That's, like you said, they want to dictate rules to us, and that's the dictator thing. They don't want to work with us to build a society or a culture together. They want us to do what we're told.
Yeah.
And
I mean,
that ain't American.
Look at that. See, you got kids. This is what we need too, right? You got kids out there, parents bringing their kids and showing them that this is what this is your right. This is your right to protest when something does not seem right to you. You have your voice, and you have your right to go out there. And this is peaceful. I'm going to remind people of January 6th. This is a lot different than January 6th. This is peaceful. January 6th was not peaceful. So don't come up here and tell me it was peaceful, because it was not.
Yeah, no, it wasn't. But yeah, no, I would argue, I always say that voting is literally the least you can do as a citizen, and I know that sounds like I'm being a douche or trying to pressure people into doing more, but I mean, to some degree, I am. I mean, people like to say, "Oh, well, I voted." Well, that's great. You took 4 minutes and you wrote a bunch of stuff. You probably didn't look at anything to begin with. You scribbled in a bunch of holes, and that's great. Please vote, everybody. I don't, but there's more to it. There's a lot more to it. We need engaged citizens. Voting is the least of it. You need to go out what people are doing in the streets. That's part of citizenship, but it's more than that. Every day in your lives, you need to exhibit what it is to be a good American. What Robert Kennedy was talking about there, the good one. I don't know. God, I almost hate saying that word now. It's like
I know, right? It's not.
Cuts like a knife.
Yeah, that's all right.
But
that's all right.
That's what we need to strive for, And that's a beautiful quote. It's a couple paragraphs, but it just sums up so much of what's wrong, not just with America, but about capitalism. I'm a capitalist. I love capitalism. I think it brings innovation. It's wonderful. Gave us so much that we have today, but it needs regulated. You can't just have unfettered capitalism because, like Robert Kennedy said, the good one. I'm thinking of a brief way to say that. The capitalism, we're at the bottom line, and governments need to be concerned with the bottom people. You know what I mean? Not money. Yeah. And that's why you can't run a business or government like a business.
That's exactly, and that takes a lot of education as well. That is something I heard, right? Oh, he's a businessman. And when I was uneducated, when I didn't understand what that really truly meant and why you would not want a businessman in the government, that grabs people who are uneducated and brings them in. And they do it on purpose. Mm-hmm. But now it's like, open your eyes. Watch what is happening. Forget about the label. Watch what is happening to marginalized communities when this man is running roughshod over our government. Elon Musk was never elected to this government. Elon Musk has no place in government. Elon Musk is a billionaire. What does a billionaire want to be doing in government if it's not what he's really trying to do is enrich himself? And then he's crying about, and people are upset at him because he did a Nazi salute on camera and they're protesting his dealerships. And you're upset about that. Then get out of the White House, stop being a Nazi, and go back to your work. Get out. We don't need you. We don't want you. And it's simple as that. Period. Take your
Nobody
hint.
Burning my cars, Marty.
Yeah. Like,
I wonder why that is.
And I don't promote vandalism, but you know what? People can only take so much.
Yeah, Boston Tea Party.
Take so much.
Vandalism.
Yep, there you go.
Boston Tea Party was vandalism. So, I mean, I know destruction of property, it ain't pretty, but like Martin Luther King said, riots are the voice of the unheard. These people are feeling unheard. And that's why they're acting out, and you're going to get more of it unless you listen to them.
Well, the weird part about that too is,
honestly, but
the weird part about that is people, they want to be heard. You know what? If they actually open their eyes and listen, they never were heard. Whatever he promised them is not happening. The only thing that he has somewhat followed through on is racist, throwing brown people across the border, getting brown people out of here. They have not done anything else. Day one. I want to know, when is day one actually coming? When is day one? Day one of 4 years from now? Day one 30 days from now? When is day one?
I bet Johnson's going to legislate that day one is going to last 4 years like he did.
Yeah. Like,
did you hear about that?
I mean,
how they made a day last 2 years or something to get around a law? They legally defined a day as like 2 years, so that they didn't have to comply with a law. I could bring up the exact information about it. My wife and I were talking about last night. Like, they're changing fundamental properties of the universe to break laws.
Well,
like, could I just say that I'm not a person? I'm a god? Like, what can we do now?
Think about how the
sentence. Can I say? Oh, go ahead.
Oh no, but I was going to say, think about the Senate with them and how they voted a bill, for example, and they voted to stop the tariffs against Canada. But the problem is the Speaker of the House for whatever reason, we think that he should have the ability to decide what legislation comes to the floor. So in other words, when we have people writing bills, people that want the bills to come to the floor, we waste our time and money because the speaker doesn't like it, so he doesn't want to put a vote to it. Now, why wouldn't you want to bring it to the floor? Because you know it's going to pass.
Yeah.
That's the only reason.
It's
if you
shameful.
knew it wasn't going to pass, you wouldn't care.
And then they had the
That's it.
audacity to talk about mandates or like what the people want, you know? But hypocrisy is a virtue to fascists. Hypocrisy is a tool of fascists. It's one way they signal that the things they are planning to do will not apply equally to everyone. It's a signal. And it's also a way Hannah Arendt, authoritarian expert, probably, leading one in the world, most recognized, right? I think she's no longer with us. I think she passed away a few years ago, but she wrote many books on totalitarianism. Brilliant. I've read most of them, but she talks about hypocrisy a lot. And you could like Google stuff. I could send you information. She believed, because she grew up in Nazi Germany, she believed that they use hypocrisy like that to kind of break brains. Like that's part of the rhetorical destruction of thinking, right? So she says that they use hypocrisy to kind of keep minds in a state of irrationality, essentially, and that's when they accept this nonsense. It's kind of an interesting concept, but you notice that like when you point out hypocrisy to a MAGA, they don't care because they're immersed in it. They know that their guy is a living embodiment of hypocrisy, so they can't acknowledge it anymore, and that's an indicator of where someone is mentally right now.
I worked,
if you point out their
a long time ago when I was young, got out of college. I worked as a manual tech writer, and I had to use a program back then that didn't work very well to translate manuals. And one of the languages we were going to do was Germany, but we had to change and use somebody who was an actual translator because the program was just really bad dialect. It just didn't use the right. It was just not right. And the man that we did was a really older gentleman. He was in his 80s, and his name was Peter Leenders. And Peter came from Germany. And Peter talked about with us. We got to go to breakfast at his house. Super amazing person. And he spoke about his experience. And he was forced to be part of the Hitler Youth. He was given a Hitler Youth knife and had it still. And his friends that he lost were indoctrinated into it, and he got out, but not a lot of his friends did. And that is what we're talking. Like, it is an indoctrination. You're forced to be part of something, and when you hear things over and over again and you don't hear anything else normal, then that becomes normal. And that is what they're trying to do here. They are trying to normalize fascism.
Yep, shifting the Overton window of what's acceptable. It's a tactic that authoritarians have used since the beginning. Yep. And that's the thing is, all of our experts in authoritarianism in history, they're telling us what's going on. They've been telling us for 10 years, and that's why authoritarians try to destroy and discredit expertise. It's because they know that the people who know are going to call them out for it. They're going to see what's coming and tell people. And that's why historian Timothy Snyder, moved to Canada last week. Because they know they're coming for him. He literally moved to Canada so he could teach there because he knows what's happening. He knows what's coming.
When we did our town hall in St. Louis, one of the town hall residents, her daughter is, because she's losing her job in conservation because the federal government eliminated a position. She's moving to Canada for her because she needs a job and wants to get out of here because right now, I don't recognize this country. I do not. I mean, I recognize lots of good people. We're all standing up, but the other half, I do not recognize what is going on in this country, and it is not normal. It's not normal. We're living in a movie.
Yeah. Yeah, I just heard a quote from someone when I took a break a second ago that said, if you aren't hurting at what you see in America, you don't love her enough.
Yeah, I heard
I thought
that
was
at the
great.
protest here. Yep. Yep.
Yeah, it must have been where I heard it. I mean, it's a beautiful quote, and it's as true as anything I've ever heard. You know, and patriotism, it ain't wrapping yourself in the flag. It ain't
No.
hugging the flag like our leader douchebag loves to do. That's symbolism. Patriotism is getting out in the streets like these folks. It's putting your body on the line for your neighbor. That's patriotism. You know, it ain't wrapping yourself in the flag, fighting, willing to shed blood, even. Because people get beat up at these protests, you know, and it's not always safe. I've been involved with this stuff for 30 years. You know, most people are too afraid to even go usually. You know, they feel like there's too much to risk, but it never gets easier in authoritarian regimes. It's easier today than it's going to be in 2 months. But if you're not doing it today,
yeah, and
you're probably not going to do
afraid to be. It's okay to be afraid. We just can't be fearful, completely fearful. Like meaning, and we gotta. You can be cautious, but
right.
I got news for this. Is the problem, right? If we're too afraid to hit the street, if you're afraid to speak your voice, then you are going to be eaten up, and it's going to be over, right? You can't. At this point, there's no safe harbor for any of us without we have to activate, because you can't. There's no sideline positions on this one. Like, we tried it.
Nope.
We lost the election because people sat on the sidelines and wanted everybody else to do the work. And it's no judgment on somebody to be scared, but you can pick your spots. It doesn't have to be at these kinds of protests. It could be on a live stream.
Right.
It could be be on your local area council meetings. You just get your voice out somehow. You don't have to be out in the forefront. That's what we're saying.
Yeah. Do it the way you are comfortable doing it. You know, we're all different, and we all have different skill sets. I am a natural rambler. That's why I'm here. You know, I've gone to protests. I put my body on the line. I've been tear gassed. I've had a lot of it. You know, that's me. I have a high tolerance for risk. I've always felt like a revolutionary. So I go to places like that. Your thing might be baking. You know what you can do? I've been having potlucks for democracy. I just decided I felt compelled as a result of my studies and understanding how these movements are built. They start with social capital, right? And I had potlucks for democracy. I said, we're not going to talk about politics if you don't want to, but if you're interested in democracy, we're going to meet and we're going to talk about what comes up. If you want to walk out of the conversation or something and not think about something, cool. But we're going to meet and we're going to start building something together so that we can push forward. And we're going to start recognizing each other and knowing where our skill sets lie and where our needs are, what our neighbors need, so we can get together and fix those problems. And we got together, there's only about a dozen of us or something, about 15 maybe. And it was great. You know, we did talk a lot of politics. We obviously ended up having very similar beliefs. But I was still communicating with those people. And like, it was a kinship like you don't get at normal meetings, you know? I felt like these were family. And we're going to do it every month. I got like a Facebook page dedicated to it. I'm putting together a package that anybody could download with branding, the name tags I use, like all the stuff that I'm doing. So you could download it for free and do it in your area because, I think that's a great thing because it's just communal. And that's what we need. We need to see and know our neighbors because when you see and know your neighbors,
speak again.
You don't hurt them.
Yeah.
What's that? I'm sorry.
I agree.
Yeah. Go.
I agree.
It was a great event, though. Honestly, and I'm new to the area.
I bet.
So to meet some like-minded people, it was really good.
Our town hall, like it couldn't have worked out better. We had over 100 people show up. It was amazing turnout because people just want to be heard. That's it. People want to be heard, and they deserve to be heard. You know, I still believe that our democracy needs to figure out how our representative, that our employee, not the other way around, cannot vote. Like everybody in the district should get a proxy vote of some way to say this is the issue we're voting on, yes or no. And if the majority says yes, you're going to vote yes. If the majority says no, you're going to vote no, and that is the only option that they have, because that way it is about the people and it is not about the representative themselves.
Yeah, that's great. Like that's part of this Democracy 2.0 project. Is I've been studying democracy since I was little, and been compiling stuff, basically a platform for me to eventually run for office or help someone run for office. That all the stuff that I've learned through college and my own driven studies, the ideas people haven't heard of or conceived of before, or thought was possible about what democracy could be, right? For instance, if we kept the same ratio of representatives that we had when the Constitution was written, we would have 11,000 representatives. So your chances of seeing one of your representatives would be something like 1 in 700,000, or no, 70,000, I think, versus currently where it's like 1 in 5 million or something like that, because we only have like 495 representatives. They decided to arbitrarily cap it at that amount, and ever since then, our democracy, we become less and less representative, right? Because every time there's a constituent added to a representative's constituency, that's one more person that he has to worry about and one more voice that he has to calculate, and what is the likelihood of him hearing that voice if it's 1 in 5 million? If it was 1 in 7,000, that's a small town, like a dude could know everybody in a small town that size and know their concerns. You can't know 5 million people, and I know that exactly. Probably sounds crazy to people, 11,000 representatives. But that's how our system was designed. And maybe that is crazy. I've had some conversations with people, but I think it's completely doable. We have the technology, all of them could do that, and the more representatives we have, the more representative our government is of us.
That's a good, I agree with you there. I agree with you there. I got to jump off for a little bit here again. Cool. Oh, that's okay. That's okay. I got to jump off for a little bit here again, but I'll if I can jump back later, I'll do so. So keep up the good work, and everybody out there, remember,
thank you.
Your voice matters. Your voice is the only person that can silence you is you. Do not let them silence you. We are going to take back our government. We're going to take back our country. Fascism is not going to fucking win, period. So I got news for them. They're up against lots of people like yourself, myself, and groups that Americans are going to get heard. We're not stopping. So you guys have a good rest of your stream, but if I can come back, I will. And I hope you get lots of people in. It's been great. I appreciate you.
Thanks, man. Happy to, really glad talking with you and just connecting with you these last few days. It's just felt and been great. Thanks a lot, man.
Good stuff going. Thank you.
Yeah. Chat soon, man. Take care. What do we got here on the feed, beautiful people? Oh, yeah, and that was Marty McFly. You can find him on TikTok. That's not his real name. That's how he's identified on TikTok. I'll post links to all of our correspondents and guests. And he's essentially been a very helpful co-host at the last minute. I'm very grateful for him. Not just today, but just to have him out there talking, telling his story, showing people that, like, you can leave the MAGA cult. It's possible. I'm grateful for him. He's a good man and a good father. This is exactly what we need in this movement. So I'm hearing. Oh, I got my own thing piping in here. Whatever that was coming from, that was our feed. I got a couple feeds back here. The volume must have popped on. So, where are we at here? Yeah, Marty's project. One of them is the Voices Without Walls. There's a website, Facebook page. We will get all that stuff. We'll get all that stuff up and out on our stuff. I imagine Marty and I will be communicating and working together moving forward because we're both compelled to do it. So it sounds like we're gonna have a San Diego feed coming in. There's trouble with these feeds, right? Because when you have these huge groups of people located like in St. Louis where we're at, where one of our teams is, all those protesters, they're all, using their phones and they're virtually connected to the towers, and it plugs up those towers. So one of the things that would be very helpful is if we had devices. Brad, I can't even remember what they're called now. Brad, our tech guy, knows, but they lock in your Wi-Fi signal, or I'm sorry, your signal to the tower, so that when we're doing these protests and our correspondents, when they go out, they can ensure their feeds. So we're having trouble getting feeds in as a result of so many people having their cell phones in use at these rallies, because it lowers the bandwidth when so many people are using the towers. But there are devices. They're kind of expensive, but we can get them. And if you're willing to donate or help us out there, that'd be great. We have our links provided in our various feeds. So if you're willing to donate, we have a GoFundMe where we're trying to build this project and get it to grow so that we can do this every month, because we're going to have to do this every month, until this bastard's gone. And until not just he's gone, but until we basically push this movement back into the darkness where it belongs. So we're we're gonna be here fighting until my last breath. I will be here fighting, because I'm in this for my mom, who was lost to Trump's COVID lies. Not just that, I've been an activist forever, but losing her to this movement, it made it so personal and imperative to me that I'm just not going to stop. I can't let that happen to my kids. I can't let it happen to my kids' world. Like, I will fight to my dying breath to make sure this stuff doesn't take over our country. It's just so fucking upsetting that our neighbors, people we grew up with, are cheering this on. Our family are cheering on the deaths of our loved one, the imprisoning of our neighbors, the suffering of people right next to us. It's just wretched. It's just inhuman. It's indefensible, and we're here to point to it, to say this is inhuman, this is indefensible. Try to defend it, and if you can't, why the fuck are you doing it? And why are you trying to stop me stopping it? It's inhuman. And humans, people with the capacity to empathize, don't let this stuff happen. They're compelled to act. And that's part of what authoritarian regimes do, is they try to reduce the empathy that their in-group has for the out-group. So, and you see that. Donald Trump, vermin, calling people that aren't MAGAs enemies of the people. They dehumanize us so they can treat us as if we're not human. And we see it. I mean, log on your Facebook, find that crazy MAGA uncle. Look at the suffering that he cheers on. Just look at it. I mean, I don't have to show you. These people show us who they are better than I could ever tell you. These people show us every day the atrocities they will cheer on, But like Ms. Marty was saying, they are not evil. They have been tricked. The people who are evil are the ones doing the tricking, right? And don't, I know it's hard. Don't blame them. Blame the people who lied to them. They're just believing who they think are their leaders, you know? So we got to show them what real leadership looks like. We have to show them. Yeah. And like I said with Marty, I've been in leadership programs since I was like 3 years old. Boy Scouts, got my eagle all shining star and all the Boy Scout stuff, and really took that stuff to heart. It's a brilliant program. It teaches you how to lead, how to be a good leader for everybody, not just for your friends, but for everybody. And that's what we're missing today. We don't have good leaders. We don't have people who understand how to lead, and also we don't have citizens that recognize good leadership. And there's reasons for that. There's a book called Our Stone Age Minds. I'll get the full title. I think it's like How Our Pleistocene Minds Are basically not prepared for today's politics. So yeah, our brains evolved in the Pleistocene era, right? That's 200,000 years ago. And they haven't changed since then. We have the same brains that the humans had, as far as genetically, biologically speaking, functionally, we have the same brains they did 200,000 years ago, right? And those brains were our brains. They were designed, or not designed. I'm not a evolution doesn't design. There's no intent or purpose in evolution. Anyway, that's my inner scientist coming out. But our brains evolved to basically hold the capacity to know about 150 names because we were in tribes of about 150 people, right? And our brains didn't evolve to understand the intentions of a person that you see on a television screen, right? They didn't evolve. We didn't, why would we have evolved to be able to look at a television screen and determine whether or not that guy was lying or truthful or a good guy or a bad guy? We weren't. And that's why this stuff works, because Donald Trump can come on the TV and say, I'm going to reduce egg prices day one. And some of the internal biases we have in our brain, as part of the way our brain functions, I could go on for hours on this stuff, we immediately accept what we hear as fact in order to process it, right? So anything you hear, the brain has to kind of essentially accept it as a fact before it then rationalizes it to not be true or a fact. So anything we hear from a person, especially when they say it with conviction, when they say it in a way that doesn't seem like it's a lie, with confidence like Donald Trump does, because he doesn't even know he's lying half the time, we tend to accept it as fact immediately and then process out the filter it out from there. But that leads to a bias into accepting things as fact, because you have to use that second process in order to prove that fact wrong or to dismiss it. So that gives lies a head start in the human brain, right? So that's one of the biases that makes someone like Trump, an authoritarian, able to do what he's doing. It's a cognitive bias. You could this book is full of them. And you could just look this stuff up. It's just psychology. It's just kind of like facts note about the human brain. Anyway, and another one of these things, right, is okay. So we're designed to have we evolved to keep about 150 people in our brains. We're just not biologically capable of existing in its culture. I mean, I wouldn't say we're not built to have a tribe bigger than 150 people. And part of the consequences is that, it's easy for us within our tribe. I've come from a small town, Nauvoo, Illinois. I knew everybody in that town, right? When they hurt, I hurt. When I did something mean to their sister, I had to feel the burden of, whatever, I don't know. I just make stuff up. Like, there's social pressure involved because everybody knows each other. You don't mess with people because it's going to come back on you. So so like when you think about like how that involves politics, right? So when you have, like I was talking earlier about representatives, we have, if you have a smaller number of people, you could remember their names and their problems, and you're more likely to be compelled to solve them, you know. But that's a great book. Our Stone Age Minds. Let me see if I can find the whole title for y'all. Our Stone Age Brains. There it is. Trying to get this up for you. Oh, this brain can only handle a chair. This Stone Age brain of mine. No, I can't find it right now. I might be missing the title of that. But I think we're gonna have another live feed coming in as soon as they're able to get connected. I'm very grateful for everybody watching and out there protesting. Solidarity. I'm with you. I would be out there, but we're doing this, and I'm definitely out there in spirit with y'all. And I hope everybody stays safe, secure, all that jazz. We're definitely trying to keep. Whoops! I don't know if anybody was interested in that potlucks for democracy thing I was talking about earlier, but I will add that stuff to the democracy.
I put the link. I put the link in the comments, Nate. So it's
Great,
it's in the yeah.
I'm not able to access that because I don't want to mess up the feeds and stuff. Thank you.
Yeah.
I'm trying to get. I haven't even shared this on my personal Facebook yet. Pardon me. Great, there's a bunch of shares. All right. Let's see, friends, public. All right. Watch me, John, about how awesome democracy is. Because it is awesome. You know, it sounds corny. Hey, democracy. But it ain't corny. Democracy is a tool, and it's the one tool that people who have studied what I have studied understand to be the only sustainable path forward for governance. And why is that? Because our problems happen on the bottom. I mean, not always. Sometimes there's big problems, but most of our problems happen on the bottom, right? Where we're at locally, right? Our problems, my problems, they're happening here. Your problems, they're happening wherever you are. So those solutions necessarily have to come from those places. Donald Trump doesn't know what your problems are. You know, he doesn't know what's happening at your PTA. He can't solve that stuff. And why would you want a president of a country to be involved in PTA stuff, even though he's trying to? That's not how it works. You know, it's not how democracy works. It's not how it would function correctly or well in order to serve its citizens. So what has to happen is these solutions necessarily boil from the bottom up. That doesn't happen in authoritarian regimes because that's a top-down thing, right? It doesn't happen in fascistic dictatorships like Trump wants, like the MAGA is fighting to create in America. That's one dude controls everything, tells you you don't have problems, and to go F yourself. That's basically what authoritarianism is. Democracy is people feeling their problems, finding solutions, and implementing them locally, right? Because no solution is going to last unless it works where the problem is, right? So to get lasting solutions to our problems from governance, democracy is the only way. You know, you could do democratic republics, but every republic is a democracy. I know the fascists love to say, oh, but we're in a republic, not a democracy, because they've been told that by Fox News over and over again. And as a condition of the authoritarian rhetoric, their minds are broken. And they don't realize that every republic is a democracy. republics are a form of democracy. You don't have a republic without it being a democracy. So that argument is just fallacious on its face. And not that it's even an argument. It's just something they can shout at you. I mean, that's all they need. Because in authoritarian regimes, the truth doesn't matter anymore. It's just power. It's just shouting. And who can shout the loudest? And if that's what you want in governance, well, I guess we got it right now, at least in our presidency. But it ain't what I want from governance. I want my children to be able to voice their concerns and have them addressed by the government, even if I'm not here, right? That's what we're fighting for. We need to create a government that can make sure our children are safe and secure after we're gone. And not just our children, their children. This is the biggest thing we can do for them. Ain't birthday parties, ain't a birthday card. Although I just got some birthday cards for people, and I'm very grateful. So that's because my family's been treating me like shit for the last 3 years because I refuse to pretend like my mother didn't die from COVID like they do. And I refuse to worship the man most responsible for my mother dying from COVID, Donald Trump. And that simple fact has made me an outcast in my family because I understand how she died and I care enough to fight for her. And not just her. She's gone. We've lost her. I'm fighting for everybody who could lose a mom or a brother. You know, this is big. This is big. This is the biggest gift we could give to our children, is to make a good government. A government that won't lie to them like they did to my mom, and she believed those lies, and it killed her. And her family doesn't give a shit. They have doubled down. They love Donald Trump more today than the day he killed my mom. Her sisters, her sons, her nephews, her nieces worship the man responsible for her death. And that's what happens in fascist cults. You lose your humanity. And my family has largely lost their humanity. It's taken me like 3 years to wreck this. I've been just dealing with this shit, wanting to believe my family was capable of. They are. But it's not them as much as it hurts and feels like they're doing it on purpose to me. It isn't. They think they're doing the right thing. They're just, their brains have been libertarian rhetoric. They believe they're cool. Own eyes now, even when it kills their mother or sister. It's all about the cult. Everything service of Donald Trump. They will feed their sister to a virus for Donald Trump and not blink. And it's hard. It's hard not to hate somebody who did that to your mom. It's very hard. All right, I'm going to do this quick post here that I still haven't done. Watch me host this mother fudging live stream. Whoops. All right. Personal Facebook, but yeah. Again, I'll do, I guess, a little call to action for Democracy Now. It's right now. It's just me and my executive producer, technical director. I might have said something like that. Oh, well, like I said, we just started this 2 weeks ago. We barely have the titles hashed out, but it's just us two. So if you could help us out, donate, share stuff, join the conversation. You can be a correspondent for the next protest. Find us. We're Democracy 2.0 on Facebook, Democracy 2.0 on YouTube. I'm Nate Ralph. I've got a TikTok I can get pretty active with. I guess I've been doing the Democracy 2.0 YouTube videos. I've got the story of my mom on there. Part of it. I'm writing a book. And I'm going to put the whole story out there. I've been reluctant because of how much I know my family will disown me when I tell the whole story. But I'm done putting their feelings above my mental health. Okay. Cool. All right. My mug is fantastic, Liz says. Oh, I just... nice. Yeah, the fascist tears, man. Breakfast of champions. I think I might need to take a potty break. I think that's gonna be like 30 this time. I know at 4:30ish Central Time, I'm full correspondence out in Austin. Protest doll on TikTok will be speaking. Her name is Alexandra. She's part of the 5051 project. I'm not saying that right. We'll get that information up. Make sure that regardless of my inability to recite it right now, I'll get it up and accurate later. And if I don't follow through, remind me. Keep me accountable. But I've promised a lot so far, so I might not remember it all. I was just set on this feedback here. Oh, it's Swalwell talking about this is what kicking the shit out of fascism looks like. Amen, brother. We're all in this together. And fascism ain't gonna win. All you fascists gonna lose. Just like Woody Guthrie said, all you fascists gonna lose. I have a feeling Woody had a different word in there other than lose. When he first wrote that song, I was thinking about that the other day. I was like, lose. It's I don't know, I guess a pretty neutral word for saying what you want to happen to fascists, in my opinion. But yeah, he wrote that song, All You Fascists Gonna Lose. And they are. It's a great song. Woody Guthrie actually has this brilliant piece of work in the Library of Congress. Well, if it's still there, Trump probably had it burned or something. It's a piece of history. He sits down for like 6-7 hours and talks about his music and the Depression and how his music was inspired by the pain of people in the Depression. And it's just really cool. If you get a chance, it's free. Library of Congress recording. I listened to it in full for the first time when I moved on the way out there, because it was like I knew I'd have a good chunk of time to dedicate to it when I was driving, and kept it with me ever since. It's a brilliant work, and it's a piece of Americana that I don't know. It's just irreplaceable, but it's free and it's out there. Woody Guthrie, Library of Congress recordings. They're great. He was a great man. And this is, I got Swalwell behind me. I'm probably gonna turn that down. I don't know if that's getting picked up in the feed. I don't think I hear it, but he's going off.
Yeah, I can hear it a little bit in the feed.
Okay, I can lower that. I didn't realize
What?
the sound was on.
Where is that coming from? I'm trying to find it. Do you know what page or what? Who's streaming that?
Let me see. I got on my app. I can't see a lot. These glasses. Wearing like Chuck Schumer here. Down the bottom of his friggin' nose. Like not even using them. Let me see if I can find this. Let's see. It's a New York Post.
Okay.
Who's posting that? It's probably. But yeah, Swallows. He's one of the voices you need to listen to out there. Yeah, and I imagine he'll be one of the leaders within the Democratic Party currently that is around in the future. But the real leaders, the future leaders of the Democratic Party, they're in the streets right now. You never heard of them because they haven't run for office before. The people right now who are going to take this country over are in the streets. Some of them don't even know they're going to run for office yet, but they're going to. They're going to be compelled. And AOC knows this. She has talked about this. Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. She said this party is not capable of addressing these concerns currently. It's not capable of taking the concerns of people and adopting it into the party. She said this has to happen from the bottom. So it's a call to you. Run for office. Do something, you know? Because like I said, like Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez says, the leaders of our future, they're right now potentially going to their first protest. This is the action that's going to inspire them to do more. You know, this is their first action, second action, 10, whatever. But mark my words, this is going to compel a whole generation of people to run for office and take over our government. Take it back, really. Take it back. And that's amazing because we have had a lot of shit to do. Instead of walking around, cleaning up all the shit that MAGA's dropping everywhere, we could be doing great things. We could be doing great things. Like some of the stuff I was talking about earlier, 11,000 representatives. We could be changing our democracy right now to make it more representative instead of less representative, like MAGA is trying to do. Instead of trying to consolidate power into one man, we could do the exact opposite and consolidate power in you, in us, in your neighbor, and every person in this country that has a voice. And that's what democracy is about. And that's why fascism sucks. Oh, who's that? Is that Leonard Peltier? Nice. Cool. So what are you seeing out there, folks? All right. I think I might need to get up for a minute. I don't know if we could put on some B-roll or some fireplace chat by bearded, little tipsy, chubby guy. Yeah, I was a little tipsy when I did that the other night. I think it comes through a little bit. Anyway, we are still streaming. I'm hoping that you are considering being a voice in the future, either for us or for yourself. Love that. I'm gonna see about sharing this in a few places. YouTube. But yeah, it's really inspiring. Actually, you know what? It's part of inspiration. Let me show you, or tell you something. What are we doing here? Oh, yeah, the YouTube one. Oh, all right. I see. Oh, there we are. Cool. Okay. Oh, there's Charlie in the feed, yeah. Oh, thanks, Lady Jane. I'm just seeing that comment, so I haven't had the comments up. Great. Yeah, that's the thing is after bringing this stuff up to the public, I've gotten more compassion and empathy from strangers than most of my family. Actually, my mom died, and it's beautiful and sad. But that's where we're at, Okay, ready whenever you are, Brad. I think I might take a break for a second and do all that stuff that Cory Booker couldn't do when he was doing his speech the other day.
The moment isn't coming. It's here, right now. Fascism is here in America. I know, it's awful. We don't want to think about it, but we have to. Our lives literally depend on it. We like to think that all of our friends and family are the good guys, that they will end up on the right side of history. Well, it's wrong. I'm sorry to say, most people you know, your neighbors, your co-workers, even your closest friends will go along with it. Not because they are evil, but because that's what people do. History proves it. Milton Mayer in They Thought They Were Free warned us that the road to atrocity isn't a sudden drop. It's a slow descent, one small compromise at a time, step by step, inch by inch. Most people adapt to the unacceptable until they can't see the line they've crossed. Most. But then there's the 3%. The ones who refuse, the ones who resist, even as the world around them insists they conform. What is it about them? Dietrich Bonhoeffer had a theory. He called it the theory of stupidity. He argued that the real danger in times of rising authoritarianism isn't malice, it's thoughtlessness. It's when people surrender their ability to think critically, trading independent reasoning for the comfort of the group. Sound familiar? Stupidity in this sense isn't a lack of intelligence, it's an active rejection of it. And the more people are absorbed into the collective will, the less capable they are of recognizing reality. Dr. Stephen J. Hassan, an expert on cults and mind control, expands on this idea by identifying the psychological manipulation tactics used by groups like the Trump cult to control their members. In his work, he discusses how cult leaders and authoritarian regimes alike prey on people's need to belong and their fear of being cast out. Just like Bonhoeffer's stupidity, Hassan's research shows that people in cults or under authoritarian rule are often not outright evil, but are entranced by a system that shuts down their critical thinking. The more they buy into the narrative, the less they can see the truth until they're too far gone to question it. Makes sense, right? We've been surrounded by it in our politics for well over a decade now. Bonhoeffer's theory of stupidity connects directly with Hassan's model of thought reform. Both explain how normal, intelligent people can become a part of a destructive collective by sacrificing their personal judgment. But the real danger lies in how these systems dehumanize, indoctrinate, and ultimately strip people of their autonomy. It's not just about losing the ability to think, it's about losing the will to think for oneself at all. The manipulation runs deep, shaping values, beliefs, and actions without the individual even realizing the transformation is happening. But resistance, real resistance, is a form of intelligence. It's the ability to see clearly when others refuse. It's the mental discipline to hold on to truth even when it's inconvenient, even when it makes you an outcast. The ones who refuse to conform aren't just brave, they're perceptive. They recognize the patterns. They see the slow creep of oppression for what it is, long before the majority wakes up. And maybe, just maybe, this trait, this defiant intelligence, is the only thing that has kept humanity from perpetual enslavement. Every empire, every dictatorship, every system of control that has ever sought to break the human spirit has met resistance, not from the masses, but from the few. From those who refuse to be owned, to be silenced, to be shaped into the tools of their own oppression. This is what tyrants fear most. Not armies, not weapons, but the unbreakable mind. The person who sees through the lies. The person who refuses to comply. Because the moment enough people think for themselves, the entire machine grinds to a halt. The illusion shatters. So how do we create more of them? How do we build a society that values truth over blind obedience? We teach people to think critically, to question authority, to prize independent thought over social acceptance. We remind them that every atrocity in history was carried out not by monsters, but by ordinary people who found it easier to comply. The moment is here. The world is slipping, and history is watching. Will you be among the 3% who resist,
Or will you follow the herd, step by step, into the abyss?
Bye-bye.
Okay, hey, beautiful people of the world, how you doing? Where you at? We are getting ready to pull in a feed from San Diego. Apologies for not having all the feeds we had planned on so far. We still got some more coming in, but we had some tech trouble trying to get some stuff linked together down there, and just some of these are running a little later than and we're gonna have our San Diego correspondent, a good old friend of mine named Jason. We met each other in college, and you doing the usual college debauchery, and just kind of realized later, I think more, that we had very similar passions as far as like politics and life and governance and all that stuff. And he was very willing to help us out here and join me on my TikTok talks and stuff. Times like this, you start seeing the helpers, start to see us come out. Don't look at the people destroying stuff, look for the helpers. And that's what we need to keep in mind. That's what we need to keep telling our kids too. Look for the helpers. Because that's where the beauty's at. That's where the future resides. Honestly, it is. Sorry, just checking some stuff on my phone here. Got the Schumer glasses going on. Huh? Look at down my nose. Oh, I don't know why he does that. Glasses aren't useful when they're about me. What's not even reading anything. Anyway, we've got stuff in. I have San Diego on in a minute. I know we have a couple people, and we're supposed to be getting a feed from Austin for some speeches that are happening there. But I'm not seeing anything yet. I'm wondering if I should set this up. Oh, I had my volume up on my phone. I didn't even realize. Oh, okay. Okay, sorry. Checking some alerts here and stuff out. Yeah, we are going to be having a live feed here from San Diego next. I don't know what's happening in St. Louis. Oh, looks like we got a feed down in our background back there, so maybe I can get that fixed. And yeah, nice. I hope you all are finding your democratic bona fides today, I guess, your democratic courage, because we're going to need it. It's not going to get easier from here. It doesn't get easier. And if you're especially a white male, you need to be putting your butt on the line, you know? So oh, there's one. There we go. Back up. There. So something fun. Try to do something fun here. So something I was thinking about, folks, and something, I'm just gonna rip it, I think. So I don't know how this is gonna do. I'm gonna keep Brad on his toes here, but I'm gonna try to do this little song that I was talking about, just to kill some time here. If I can call this up. This is for all you beautiful people out there and some of you ugly ones. God, I don't know. My friends have always just amazing ability to make myself laugh. I think I'm the funniest person in the world. Okay, here we go. Okay, all right. Oh, I'm sorry, I clicked on the wrong thing. I do not need.
What are you doing here, Nate? What do you do?
Hey, I was thinking about. I was thinking about. So I got this that song that I was going to do. I didn't figure out how to integrate it. Oh, do I want to change my?
Was it a file?
Save changes to current preset. Actually, it's. I got it from like a YouTube karaoke thing. It's that Will It Go Round in Circles? I've got
Is it just a YouTube link or what?
Yeah, you want me to send it to you?
Yeah.
I guess I just wanted to make sure that I can sing in time,
Oh, you're gonna sing with it?
I don't know,
Okay.
with the delay. Yeah.
Yeah.
So would it be okay if I got just like did this close to the speaker?
Yeah.
Or
Yeah.
to the mic?
Yeah.
Okay. Cool. I'll do something like that here. But I got a little speech, little intro I want to do first. And I have shut all my windows, various stuff. There we are. Oh no, it is back. Yeah, I'm not sure. There we are. All right, yeah, I guess since I got a little bit more time to kill than I thought I'd do this whole darn thing here. So, why am I getting this alert here? I guess I could save and do you wish to save changes to current preset? Did I change something?
Don't change anything.
So cancel. It says
yeah.
All right, I'll just cancel. Okay. Oh, now my feed is in the back is gone. Use my other. Oh, I wonder if it's because I'm the same account. Okay. Okay. So I'm gonna read this, yeah. Let me get into it. Oh, I got volume on back there. We didn't want volume on. Okay, now. Oh yeah, that's right. Because I was looking. I'll just cast it to that, maybe. No, it's not close enough to the mic. Here I am, just fumbling around on live stream. Sorry, folks. This is what dead time looks like. Here to close that. We'll link this. But this is. I was actually. I've been aware of this song for a long time, but listening to it recently, with all the stuff going on in democracy, and stuff, it just really kind of clicked. So anyway, I've been around in the protest movement for, since I was probably about 16 or something, 18. Protest movement, I guess. I don't know. I've been in protest culture, activism culture, especially in the left, from about that age. and just kind of been, we've seen these things: Occupy Wall Street, rise against the Iraq War, which is really what awakened me to activism. When I saw people I thought were decent folk cheering on essentially a genocide in another country for no reason at all, based on no evidence, happily cheering it on just for the sake of patriotism. I looked around, felt like I was surrounded by monsters. And I have held on to that belief. I mean, they're not monsters. They are misguided people, but they do the same things that monsters do, so it's really hard to, care enough to make a distinction. But that was like kind of what awakened me. I remember being at like a college party, and like one of my friends who was a college Republican, we always gave him little jabs. But then like seeing the bloodthirst in those people, their just eagerness to slaughter people they didn't know. Just because they could, just because George Bush said crusade or whatever. That just snapped me out of it. I was like, whoa, these are not the same type of people as me. These people don't just exist in the history books in terrible nations of the past. They are our neighbors, and that really got me thinking. And like I said, I mentioned earlier how we, were involved in that protest and with Cindy Sheehan. I think it was 2001. It was the protesting the first anniversary of the occupation of Iraq. And we did that. It was an illegal banner drop over an overpass in Chicago to advertise the protests the night before, and 6 of us activists there, and like 20 cop cars. It was like 14, I think we counted, showed up. And back in that time, it was a sign. It was a sign of the times. We had some cops that wanted to throw the book at us. There, they were like, "Oh, these people are terrorists," And then the other ones are like, "These are just kids who dropped a bed sheet with words on it, or held it over an overpass. They're not terrorists." But yeah, we had someone who wanted to throw the book at us. But that was like kind of representative of what was going on in our country at that time. There's people like feverish on one side, and then the other side where perhaps we were feverish, but we were feverish to stop the fever of our neighbors, and it's a different type of fever, but it's the one we have today. Those people in the streets right now, they have a fever, and the only cure is less fascism. And that's not the spiel I really wanted to do here, but it's just kind of, I guess a little history about myself and where I'm at. And I told you some of the stuff that happened at protests with the RoboCops stealing our signs, telling us to trash them or would be arrested before we even got there. And we had some damn good signs. You've been to a protest, you put a lot of work in those signs. You want to see them on TV. You want to see people talk about them. We were, and we were dedicated. We like literally got together and put time into those signs. Pretty shitty. I was quashing our first. I mean, we didn't have to. We should have pressed the issue, but nobody wants to get arrested before a protest. At least want to get your voice heard before you get busted. So anyway, I'm gonna jump into this. I guess part of that is this notion of where is this movement going? Is it going to fizzle out? Is it going to be co-opted by billionaires and turned into some grassroots Tea Party crap? I think it's got too much momentum for that to happen. And that's the beautiful thing about democracy. Democracy can't be co-opted. It necessarily involves everyone. So the only co-option that happens in a healthy democracy is the people co-opting their own government, right? And it's not co-option, it's cooperation. So that is what drives us. I'm sorry, I'm trying to get this prepped here. It's a hope of a better future, right? That is what keeps us going. And, if there wasn't any hope for a better future, then none of us would act. Um, Hope. That's what politicians usually run on. Fear or hope. They're kind of dichotomic emotions or ways of thinking. Approaches. You can think of Obama and his campaign as one of hope, right? I mean, I don't think he followed through with the amount of hope he created or personified or tried to personify in his campaign. He killed a lot of people abroad. He didn't do a lot of stuff that people would hope, he did a lot of stuff that people hoped he wouldn't, or would have felt was immoral or not good. But that hope is what pushes us forward. Without hope, why would you act? If I didn't believe there was a possibility for a better future for my children, why would anybody get off the couch? Why would I get off the couch? And like I said earlier, that Rebecca Solnit quote, hope is not a lottery ticket you clutch sitting on the couch hoping it cashes in one day. Hope is an axe. I could hear sorry about that if that's puncturing your eardrum out there. No, I could hear, or I could, just see the axes in people's hands out there. Hope is an axe to break down doors. And it looks like many of you have found your axes and you found the doors. And I am proud of you, America. I am really proud of you. I am just elated that you are finding your voice. Finally. I can't remember the quote. Was it Churchill said that America always does the right thing after exhausting all other options? Well, I think we're about out of all the other options, eh? So maybe it's time to do the right thing. Let's do it. So as part of that, cousins, do you feel it? Do you feel it out there? Do you feel that revolutionary energy? Huh? Do you feel your inner Abby Hoffman? Do you feel it coming in? Do you feel that righteous anger? The weight of a just cause. The reason why fascists are never prepared for our righteous anger is because they've never felt the weight of a just cause. I have felt the weight of a just cause. I've almost felt nothing else my whole life. And I felt it perhaps too much at times. But that's what keeps us alive. And I've been waiting for this moment for a long time. If this is the moment, I'm going to be 45. I've been studying democracy, fascism, protest movements for 30 years. And I'm wondering, is this going to be it this time? Are we finally going to take this and build that better future for our children? Are we finally going to show them something beautiful and joyful? Because the fascists want to crush your joy. The ones clinging to fear and division, they tell us that hatred and abuse are necessary. That they are the only way forward that the only way forward is through cruelty. And I know that firsthand because they've taken more from me than, anyone could basically imagine. My mother, likely my father, and, their lives, literally, but then the brains of most of the rest of my family been hijacked. They've shunned me. I'm really no longer a part of the family because I do not worship the man that was responsible for my mother's death, which is a cardinal sin in our family now. Which is why I'm redefining family as people who don't do that shit and can see how awful it is and how it hurts people like me who lost my mother to it and feel compelled to show me empathy and other people. That's how you find family, right? And I know I'm rambling here. I am like the king of rambling. But like I said, the fascists try to crush our joy. And they literally suffocated my mother to death with COVID misinformation while her children watched. from a window. They took the minds of nearly everyone in my family with authoritarian propaganda. They took my family and have tried to take away my hope. But they haven't taken away my joy. They haven't taken away my love, and they never will. We have to show them that a future doesn't have to be built on fear. It can be built on love. Joy itself is resistance in the face of such depravity. Joy is power. They could take a lot from us. They've taken a lot from me, more than I ever wanted to give anybody. They can't take the rhythm out of our souls. They can't stop us from laughing, from singing, from moving. And that's how we remind them that we are still here, no matter what they do. And we are strong, and nothing infuriates a fascist more than joy that can't be crushed. So, what I'm wondering is, this time, this movement, will it go round in circles? Or will it fly high like a bird up in the sky? That's what I'm wondering, folks. Will it go round in circles? Or will it fly high like a bird up in the sky? All right, here we go, folks. Will it go round in circles this time? Is our movement going to go round in circles like me right now? Or is our movement going to fly high like a bird up in the sky? All right, and I'm back, baby. Will it go round in circles? A melody. I'm gonna sing it to my friends. I got a song, ain't got no melody, but I'm gonna sing it to my friends. Will it go round in circles? Will it fly high like a bird up in the sky? Will it go round in circles? Will it fly high like a bird up in the sky? I got a movement, ain't got no plan. Gotta let the people figure it out. I got a movement, ain't got no plan. Gotta let the people figure it out. Will it go round in circles? Will it fly high like a bird up in the sky? Will it go round in circles? Will it fly high like a bird up in the sky? I gotta dance, ain't got no steps. I'm gonna let the music move me around. I got a mute, ain't got no steps. I'm gonna let the music move me around. We go round in circles. Will it fly high like a bird up in the sky? Will it go round in circles? Will it fly high like a bird up in the sky? Well, don't let them take your joy, man. Keep dancing. Will it go round in circles? Will it fly high like a bird up in the sky? Will it go round in circles? Will it fly high like a bird up in the sky? I got a song, I ain't got no melody. I'm gonna sing it to my friends. I got a song, I ain't got no melody. I'm gonna sing it to my friends. Will it go round in circles? Will it fly high like a bird up in the sky? Will it go round in circles? Will it fly high like a bird up in the sky? Like I said, don't let them take your joy. And as part of this, it can't just be anger. It has to be filled with joy. We have to show the world, our children, a better way than what they're doing right now. Because almost every other way is a better way. It ain't that hard to show these people a better way. Almost any leader, if you replace Donald Trump, if you replaced him with like a literal shit given, everything would be better. You know? This guy relishes the suffering of others. He's had every opportunity anybody has ever had. You know? One of the wealthiest people on the planet. And he still feels compelled to take more and to hurt people. And if there's ever been a definition of evil, that's got to be pretty darn close, right? Just wretched. We have got one of our West Coast correspondents or in Oregon. She's just about ready to come on, I think. And we've also got another West Coaster out of San Diego who's going to be getting piped in here in a few. I hope wherever you're at, you're seeing some good energy and that you're meeting people. Because that's one of the best things about the protests, right? They're good, they're cathartic, you get your energy out, you see like-minded people who are compelled to fight for the same things you are, or at least at the same time, right? But get contacts. Find out who's there, you know, that's in your neighborhood. And start building something. Because the fascists have been building something. And they got all the money. They got all the Elons. All we have is each other. And that's social capital. And if you're not familiar, social capital is essentially just like bonds between people in a society, right? And those are formed like things like my potluck for democracy, right? Sounds silly. But social capital, these social bonds, that is where these movements start. And that is how they are sustained, right? Because when you're invested in your neighbor, when you have that social capital in your neighbor, you won't let them get shipped to a foreign gulag because you care about them and you depend on them, you know? So that's what this is about. That's what these potlucks are about, you know? It's about building that social capital because nothing can destroy that. Nothing. Nothing. It's the strongest thing in the world. It's the thing. It's the only thing that's kept humanity going through all this, you know. And so we're putting together a package to just download for the potlucks for democracy. But really, just do it. You don't need my help. If you do, great. All it is try to advertise it, and get people together, especially people that care about democracy. That was like the compelling driving factor in mine. Because once you get people interested in democracy in a group, magical things happen, even when you don't guide it. I specifically chose not to guide it because there is no single leader in a democracy. You know, democracies are necessarily from the bottom up. So you don't guide these things. You don't try to co-opt them, even if you think you got the best ideas ever. You put them out there, but you don't force them on people. You wait for them to recognize the utility of them. And you try to show them the value and convince them to adopt. And that's what democracy is all about. And that's why. Oh, sorry, just got a message. Yeah, and that's why. That's why we. Sorry, sidetracked on my message here. Man, I had a sweet anti-fascist shirt. It was supposed to come today before the protests, but got this sweet American flag on now. Kind of an homage to Abby Hoffman, like I'm sure you probably recognized with my wig a minute ago. But yeah, and that's another thing. We talked about that with our folks the other day. Is about taking the flag back. Can't let fascists co-opt the flag. Our relatives died for this too, you know. We own this just as much as they do, and probably more, because they care more about the symbol than they do about what it stands for. And that's what real patriotism is. It's not standing on stage, hugging the flag, and then burning the country down when you get elected in the office, like Donald Trump and the MAGAs. Patriotism is caring so much about your neighbors and community that you are compelled to act. And that's what builds lasting movements. It's a social capital. You can think of it kind of as like glue, almost. Like it holds people together, you know? It's these bonds that you have when you share a meal together, when you break bread together, you know, when you share a floor together, you know? There is just something magical in that. And it's happening all over right now. And that's a good way to kind of push it forward a little bit. But don't push too hard. Like I said, put it out there, let people know. But democracy is not dictated. And politics, you have to admit, they are the most democratic form of a food gathering. Because everybody has to bring something. There's this African parable, actually, that I don't want to get into it now. I could essentially translated. I probably would butcher it if I tried to say it in its native tongue. It means when everyone has their hands in the bowl, no one takes too much. You know, and that's a very democratic principle notion, and it's also something everybody can understand because everybody eats. You know, when everyone has their hands in the bowl, nobody takes too much. You know, and it's not a bad little rule to try to build a society. You know, it really isn't. And yeah, I saw that. I hadn't heard of it before until like a couple months ago, and it just stuck with me. Love that ancient knowledge. It just rings true today, you know, just love it. Stuff like it's so basic and relatable. It's food. Every creature on the planet has to eat, you know, it's not just a human thing. That stretches beyond that's interspecies shit there, you know. Everything has to eat. Even plants eat sunlight, carbon. We have potentially some protests coming online shortly. I hope all of you are doing great where you're at. And I don't know, it's just great to see people getting up, getting off their butts, and doing something. Oh, so many of us screaming into the void, about all of this shit for decades, seeing it come, seeing it coming from a mile away, feeling it in our bones, knowing it, you know, from what we've studied and what we know to be true. And it's nice to have other people in the fight for once. You know, it's sad that some people feel like they're harmed until they are compelled to act. You know, those people who act before they're harmed, those are special people. I mean, seriously. Those people who see harm and are compelled to act no matter where it's at. Those are the people who will own the future. At least the future I want to be a part of. So yeah, speaking of that loneliness associated with activism, and not just activism, honestly, that loneliness of being in an authoritarian country like America is now, authoritarian fascistic country, that loneliness that comes from feeling like you're the only person that sees how terrible shit is, you know, and it's real. We are alone, right? We are. Sorry, I'm trying to get some messages up here. Oh, geez, I was getting messages on TikTok. Oh, okay. Oh. All right. Let's see. But anyway, well, I guess what I was going to get to there, I'm sorry, I got derailed a bit. Just trying to figure out where our correspondents are. So, Milton Mayer, I mentioned his book a couple times. I keep going back to this book, and you should read it. If you haven't read it, and if you have read it, you should read it again. I'm certainly going to. I'll probably read it half a dozen times before I leave this planet, depending on what happens. But here's about that loneliness. And let me just prepare you. This quote is not hopeful. This quote you will identify with, but it is not hopeful. Check it out. So Milton Mayer wrote this book. They thought they were free, the Germans, 1933 to 1945. And as I mentioned before, it's the most incredible insight into human psychology under the of authoritarian fascistic regimes or authoritarian fascistic rhetorician like Hitler and Donald Trump are, and what happens to secede stuff. So he was there contemporaneously. He was there in Nazi Germany while that shit was happening, and he had 10 people that he was interviewing throughout over these 12 years or so, right? And he called them his friends, and they were his friends. It wasn't like a jab or a subtle like joke. He meant it when he said they were his friends. He had none of their beliefs. He saw the atrocities they condoned, and he still called them friends. And he referred to them as the little Nazis. Oh, actually, kind of funny fact, he was from Peoria, Illinois, not too far from here. Town I've lived near much of my life. It's kind of cool to hear that. But because I saw it referenced in his book a couple times. But anyway, he had this quote, and like I said, it is not a hopeful quote, but it might not be representative of our current times either, right? So let me get into this. And he said, it's basically, this is kind of a well-known with people who study this shit. It's called, but then it was too late, right? And here we go. This is what Milton Mayer wrote. Ooh, I think this is too long of a quote here. I need to find a more abridged one. Okay, I'm gonna just search for the page or the word on the page. Okay. Oh, wow. Oh, here it goes. And this is kind of scary shit, folks. This whole book is kind of scary, but it's also revealing because it's truth. And when you know this truth that Milton Mayer presents in this book, you're better prepared for the truth that we're confronted with now. Anyway, so here it goes. But the one great shocking occasion, what Chuck Schumer's on, when tens or hundreds of thousands will join with you, never comes. Excuse me. Take a drink. I'll start over. But the one great shocking occasion when tens or hundreds of thousands will join you never comes. That is the difficulty. If the last and worst act of the whole regime had come immediately after the first and smallest, thousands, yes, millions, would have been sufficiently shocked if, let us say, the gassing of the Jews in 43 had come immediately after the German firm stickers. I think that's a reference to, yeah, I'll get that. On the windows of non-Jewish shops in 33. But of course, this isn't the way it happened. In between come all of the hundreds of little steps, some of them imperceptible, each of them preparing you not to be shocked by the next. This is a tactic all authoritarians use, and Trump is using currently. Step C is not so much worse than step B. And if you did not make a stand at step B, why should you at step C? And so on to step D, right? Because it's authoritarians, the one thing they have to learn is how far they can push their cultists in each of these steps so they don't go too far. But each time they're conditioning them to be ready for the next terrible step. We couldn't have the atrocities happening in this Trump administration if we didn't have the atrocities happening in the last Trump administration. These fascists have been conditioned now to accept essentially anything, right? Any atrocity, they will condone, they will cheer. Even. I mean, get on Facebook for 4 seconds and look at your mega uncle and all of the murders he's just cheering on right now. All of the civil rights violation that he is just loving. I mean, you know these people. We all know. And they have shown us who they are. And it's depraved. It's depraved. I'll go on with this because there's a chunk here at the end. And then so after he talks about step C is so much worse, and the incremental steps that authoritarians basically ratchet. I always before I even read this book, I always think about like what Trump was doing as a ratchet kind of one way, right? It's ratcheting towards fascism. These people don't go backwards. It's only going towards fascism, right? And he does a little bit here, and he does a little bit here, and he does a little bit here, and it's just like Milton Mayer said, you know, each of those little clicks in the ratchet is a step, like Milton Mayer says, right? And each one locks in the atrocities of all the previous steps, but then also conditions everybody for the next, right? So anyway, like I said, I could ramble about this shit. I have been reading about it for decades. My mind is just steeped in it. Anyway, so, and one day, too late, your principles, if you were ever sensible of them, he has a great way of speaking to you. I know he's a poet. All rush in upon you. The burden of self-deception has grown too heavy, and some minor incident, in my case, my little boy, hardly more than a baby, saying, Jewish swine. It's just terrible. Collapses it all at once. And you see that everything has changed, and changed completely under your nose. The world you live in, your nation, your people, is not the world you were born in at all. The forms are all there, all untouched, all reassuring. The houses, the shops, the jobs, the meal times, the visits, the concerts, the cinema, the holidays. And I would throw in there the aunts, the uncles, the cousins. The forms are still there. But the spirit, which you never notice because you made the lifelong mistake of identifying it with the forms, has changed. And now you live in a world of hate and fear, and the people who hate and fear do not even know it themselves. When everyone is transformed, no one is transformed. Now you live in a system which rules without responsibility, even to God. The system itself could not have intended this in the beginning. But in order to sustain itself, it was compelled to go all the way. That's the ratchet in one direction, right? Because once you start this, once you have a group of people who feed on the suffering of other people, like MAGA does currently, they literally feed on it. That's the only thing they get from Donald Trump. They don't get cheaper eggs. Right now they're telling you to starve for Elon. 2 months ago they were saying, cheaper eggs, best damn thing on the planet. Kamala, no eggs. Joe Biden, inflation, that proves he's terrible. And now they're telling you that inflation is patriotic. 2 fucking months. Think about what they're going to be capable of getting these people to do in 2 more months. And 2 months after that. Think about it. They went from having the major issue they were allegedly voting on. I mean, we all knew that was a lie. It's always the fascists with these people. They went from having the major issue they pretended to be all about. And in 2 months, they have not only dismissed that issue, stopped caring about it even publicly. Now, they're telling you not only was that never an issue, but actually it's patriotic to make it worse. These people would kick you in the balls and tell you that they just gave you an ice cream cone. You know, they are lost, you know, and most of them won't come back. Oh, we need some of them. Most of them won't be able to come back. I mean, that's what happens in authoritarian regimes. But we hopefully have some correspondence. I've been on here alone most of the day. We got somebody, I think in Salem, Oregon, and somebody in San Diego is gonna be piping in. We had some Phoenix people. They ended up not joining us. Not sure what happened. I wonder if they were having bandwidth issues or something down there. But we're what's that? But we're gonna keep trucking, and hopefully we'll have some folks on here shortly. Yeah, I gotta message somebody real quick here. Oh, okay. Looks like one of our guys was having bandwidth issues. I bet that's the problem with so much of this stuff. It's really hard to get in secure bandwidth in these things. But we'll keep pressing forward. Oh, I guess I probably didn't finish that mayor quote, did I? No, I guess I got to where I needed to get in there. That one part about about seeing this child, that's when it all came crashing down. It reminded me of there's actually a representative, I can't remember her name right now. She wrote a book about kind of combating this stuff in your own communities. But what broke her was very similar with the MAGA movement. As seeing a bunch of kids cheering "Build a Wall," like they're like 6-8 years old or something, to a little 6-year-old girl who had parents who were like Latino or something like that. Yeah, she was like a teacher at a school, and she saw like kids chanting "Build a Wall" to this little girl. No reason other than their fascist parents told them it was okay and did it themselves. And that broke her. And that's not unlike, this moment in Milton Mayer's book where he said he saw his child no older than 5 say Jewish swine. And that's where we're at. Something like that. That there's so much in that, right? It's not just this ugliness pouring out of a beautiful child. It's the hope that's destroyed, knowing that that child is going to take that ugliness into the future. You know, I mean, it's devastating. But that's what we're doing to our children right now. We had largely beaten back so much of this racism and stuff like that. And all of the MAGA people have decided that they wanted to bring it back, that they needed it. And now our children are going to have to reckon with that ancient evil that Donald Trump and every single one of his current supporters happily resurrected. It's disgusting. It is. Yeah, just not. Ooh, that was loud. Sorry, folks. Ooh, I'm getting tired. Been working on getting this feed and stuff together for a long time. But thankfully, a lot of the stuff is going to be in place so that as we go forward, it won't be so much work for Brad and I moving forward. And like I said, I have said before, if you're compelled to donate, like, share, please do.
Yeah, we got the feed from Austin there, but you can see it's frozen. They just have the cell towers are obviously crowded and not enough bandwidth to get a feed from there, so which is pretty common when you've got big events like this. Nate and I were at a rally in Phoenix when
yeah, somewhere too.
when Trump got elected the first time, and he
it's the night he pardoned Arpaio, I think.
Yeah, he pardoned Arpaio, and there was a lot of counter protesting going on. And we were going, well, attempting to go live from downtown Phoenix, and just pretty much the same thing you're seeing here from Austin. It was not enough bandwidth to really do anything with. So that's, like Nate was saying before, there are devices for bonding internet. You can take 2, 3, 4 different connections, and usually you'll get one from Verizon, one from T-Mobile, one from AT&T. You kind of mix it up so you're hitting different towers and different carriers, and then you bond it all into one pipe, and then you get enough to at least get a stream out. So that's what we're working up to. Obviously, the goal is to be able to do this in multiple cities all over the country, and so a setup like that is probably anywhere from 1,000 to 3,000 each. Then you've got data costs associated with all of those. Monthly cost for the carriers that you're using, and times that by how many cities that you've got. So the cost will definitely add up as it scales, but with that comes more reliable connections and more reliable and robust images. And today obviously didn't go as well as we had planned. They could have gone worse, but I think it's encouraging to show what's possible, and with a little bit of support, we can, the next one could be even better.
Yeah, and that's the thing. Like, sure, like major news networks, they have all of the money in the world to put stuff like this and even better stuff out there, and make sure that their feeds are secured. But as we're seeing, these media organizations are kowtowing to our fascistic regime. So we need more independent news sources, more independent people on the ground who aren't co-opted, who refuse to be owned by authoritarian regimes, like most of our current media is currently. So you might think like, oh, well, I already have CNN. But CNN, when it gets hairy, they're not going to show it to you. Oh, we got a feed coming in. Oh, man.
Sorry, that was so loud.
We had the
that
audio
popped off.
That's all right.
Yeah. It's like
Why don't we let the feed go for a sec? And
Yeah.
I'm going to go talk to a man about a horse. I'll be right back. Does that sound okay?
Check your audio over there, Nate.
Turn my mic down. Sorry, I am talking into the void.
Turn it back.
That's our
Turn
people
it
here
up
in
a little bit
Austin.
more.
They're having ongoing protests still. Looks like a good amount of people showed up, which is awesome. It's good to see. Just inspiring the amount of people who came out today to, do the democratic thing.
Turn your mic up a little bit more, Nate.
Stand up. Use your voice. Make sure those trying to squash it.
Hey, Nate, turn your mic up.
And that's what this is. And as mentioned before, like, this is what inspires fear in dictators. It's oh, still too low. Sorry, I ended up. Yeah, I think my monitor's a lot higher, so I'm hearing it louder. Sorry. I'm gonna turn the monitor down. Turn that up. Okay, that's probably closer to where it should be. All right. Hopefully. Yeah. So, what a freaking cathartic day, and I'm wondering how late some of these are going to go. A lot of protests. You have the black blockers come out at night, and I'm sure we'll have that somewhere. I'm just not. I mean, I imagine in Phoenix, some of these larger cities, you will, but I'm not sure how much of that will be, arable. It might not be a ton of people. But I imagine in those places, well, especially like in places like Phoenix, they'll gas them as soon as they can. I think it was, what was it, like 8 o'clock when they gassed us when Trump was there in 2016, or I don't know, the day he pardoned Arpaio. We were out in the streets in Phoenix. Same team, me and Brad. Freaking old school buddies. Well, we're not that old. School. Starting to get older school. Like, what is it now? Like 15 years maybe? Something like that?
Yeah, something like
15?
that.
I don't know.
12, 13.
But we're really close. And that's just like a evidence of that we were doing this stupid crap back then, and still feel compelled to do it. But yeah, that day I got gassed. We were down there when at that time I was working in the Arizona Republic building, the AZ Republic building, which is the paper of record for Arizona, really. Yeah, we got gassed after, like, right at allegedly whatever they call it, curfew, whatever. And we all went back to the AZ Republic building where I was working, and I was there with the reporters and editors and stuff, and just kind of hearing them talk about it. It was a very unique thing, hear these people who are journalists and like kind of study this thing and are the first people to be attacked in situations, with fascistic takeovers like the MAGA movement. Just to hear what they were saying and the shock that they felt by being gassed for no reason. They just started shooting cannons, tear gas cannons, for no reason. Like, nobody was being rowdy. Downtown Phoenix just started shooting tear gas at us. The whole area was just like a war zone, yeah. Just it was like a war zone. I'm gonna have to go downstairs real quick and let my wife in. For some reason, the door is locked, so I'm gonna hop out. I'll be right back, good people. Okay, sorry about that. Oops. Okay. Yeah, that's our feed from Austin. They're having some speakers. I'm wondering if there might be a way. I guess what we do is we could. Okay, checking my messages here. Sorry. Trying to stay on top of stuff. Oops. Oh yeah, so I try to cast something up in the background here. Yeah, that's Austin, Texas. I'm trying to figure out where that is. Is it 50501? And grateful to those folks out there. Protest Doll on TikTok is the woman who connected with us to get us. She was a speaker today. Alexandra is her first name. We don't have her last name right now, but I'm sure you can find it in the Austin protest information there. But she connected with us after seeing us online and had one of her helpers set up this feed there. And it's kind of hard to see what's going on up stage, but looks like it's packed, so probably getting in there is going to be a little tough. I think in the future we'll probably have to just give some instructions to our streamers on some ways to get better content and stuff, or have the audio pipe in and things like that. But we are happy.
Hey,
to
Nate.
have you. And
You hear
anybody
me,
else
Nate?
who would like to be a correspondent in the future can sign up. We have our links on Facebook and YouTube, where you're probably watching this.
Hey, Nate. Can you hear me?
Yeah, there's 0501. It's an anti-Trump kind of movement. Oh, what do we get there? Oh, which slide? Let's see.
Yeah, I think they're wrapping up there in Austin.
I'm frozen. All right. Crap. I didn't have Discord open. I'm sorry. I tried to hit it on my phone and I'm not getting alerts for it for some reason. Okay. Back. Yeah. I can't. Yeah, I'm not. Oh, that audio thing is off again. Shite. Yeah. Audio is off again. I'm thinking if we're not going to get any other correspondence on, which we're having trouble getting a hold of them, we might just wrap this up. Yeah. What a great day for democracy out there. Yeah, you can't hear.
Oh, really? Oh.
Yeah. there's no feedback. But I guess you could watch on your phone or tablet or something. We might be wrapping it up because Jason isn't responding.
I wonder if he just can't get service.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. It's an issue. Yeah.
It was cold out there. It didn't feel cold when I was dropping the kids off.
Yeah.
My hands got crampy from holding a phone and an umbrella to protect the phone.
Okay. Just trying to communicate with some folks. Yeah, that 50501 movement is 50 states, 50 protests, one day. That's what it is. And the speakers there at that awesome protest with it, and they were the ones who reached out to us there. So I'm grateful for them. Thank you for the feed. We'll see if we will have anybody else ready to pipe in. Oops. Discord. Okay. Alright. Let's see. Thinking about. Oh, I guess so. I accidentally closed that, didn't I? When are the kids coming back?
Sometime in the next hour.
Okay.
I'm gonna get some pizza while they're here.
Oh, fun. You going to pizza?
Order pizza.
Oh.
You don't need to make it.
Huh?
You don't need to make it.
Oh, I said going to Pizza Hut.
Oh yeah.
I was still watching and don't know. I am renowned chef. No, not really, but a neighborhood renowned pizza chef. I've just done it my whole life and picked it up. They used to do restaurants and stuff and started doing it at home because pizza's freaking good and kids love pizza. And I'm a kid at heart. Everybody loves pizza. Who am I kidding? Yeah, I don't know. Trying to check Discord. Sounds like we're getting incommunicado. Okay. Let's see. All right. Yeah, I don't know. I don't keep up with the news today because I've been on this. I don't really even know what's been going on.
They had around 1,500 in Baldwin. We don't know how many in St. Louis. Maybe we think it was under 500. And 1,000 in O'Fallon, Illinois.
That's awesome. Oh yeah, had some dude. I don't know. This is another thing that's just great about losing your mother to pandemic. Well, an authoritarian regime creates an intentional stigma around that death or those types of deaths, which was what happened with COVID. You get people online, like you can see on my YouTube feed right now, tell you that this didn't happen when Trump was president. Okay, like I don't know when my mom died, December 28th, 2021. But they'll say this shit with full confidence. Dude didn't know my name, or didn't know my mom. Probably doesn't know what state he's in, honestly, but like, they feel compelled. They know that this kind of stuff, I mean, they probably don't know because they're inconsiderate bastards, but think of the pain. Telling somebody like, oh, well, you're lying about your mom's death. And they have no evidence at all. This dude could have just went on his day and not commented at all. But when you have people who thrive on the suffering of others, this is what they do. They seek out misery online and try to exacerbate it. What else do you call this, right? I mean, I have her obituary. I was there, dude. I don't know. Like I said, like I always say, these people will show you who they are better than we ever could. But yeah, this is my wife, Lindsay. She was at the St. Louis protest today, and it was a strong showing. She was just talking about the numbers.
Yeah, we had probably less than 500. It was raining and cold, so I think a lot of people stayed home. Everybody had umbrellas or ponchos, but we got word that there were 1,500 in Baldwin and 1,000 in O'Fallon, Illinois, and there was 1,500 at another local, but I don't remember which one that was. Numbers for St. Louis haven't been published. They didn't get their permits until late, and so it was hard to even find information about the St. Louis protests until the last minute. So we don't know if it was the rain or the last minute permit that kept people away. Probably a little bit of both. But we had a lot of people driving by honking and showing support. It was really good, and there was a lot of positive energy.
Nice. Sorry. I'm just replying to this.
Sure, yeah. Give them what for?
It's not even to them. It's to them. But like, if fascism could be reasoned with, it never would arise. So whenever I comment nowadays in public to fascists remarking on this kind of stuff, it's not for them, because they won't get it no matter how many times we tell them. It's for the people who still have the capacity for rational thought to read it. It's for the other people to read, right? Because you're not gonna convert a fascist in one comment on YouTube, right? So the way to you look like Orphan Annie. It didn't look red until you put it on. Now all of a sudden, you should put the headband on. Yeah, so I'm just telling this guy that the MAGA cultists will always, and putting my mom's obituary up, December 20th, 2020. Like, why would this person feel compelled to do this? They will always show you who they are better than we could. Yeah, so we have, I don't know, we're kind of losing contact. We might need to shut her down. I'm not sure. Like, some people, and that's the problem with this stuff. You get this stuff set up. Brad and I spend weeks putting it together, and then like people flake out at the last minute. It's kind of tough, but that's like why we need more correspondence, so that the non-flakers can pick up the slack, because we don't know who's going to flake out. It's all volunteer,
and whose feeds might not be going through.
Yeah, there might be technical issues too.
Technical issues. So many people using their phones and streaming at these protests.
Oh, yeah. So, do you want to get on and talk about the St. Louis protest for a minute?
Sure.
You want to put on that?
No one else to say.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I just got to go to the bathroom.
Let's see. See what I got. Oh, look, I can hear myself.
This is the door
A little bit.
for the,
Yeah, door's unlocked. So, yeah, we went to St. Louis. I joined a couple of friends that we had made through Cub Scouts. We went out to St. Louis. It was raining. It was cold. I was soaked from the thighs down by the time we got home. I had to have an umbrella to hold over the phone so the phone wasn't soaked. It was a little bit miserable, but everybody was having a good time. Everybody was in good spirits. We had ponchos on top of raincoats, and we had snacks. Oh, there's a video or a photo. We walked a couple of miles. There was a lot of chanting and a lot of fun. I saw quite a number of kids with their family, with their parents. I was surprised to see that. We weren't comfortable taking the kids, although ours have a tendency to run away. So, or at least one of ours does. But it was nice. It was good to be out there. We had a lot of support coming from traffic that was driving by. And I'm not really sure what else to say about that. I was glad that I could be out there. And glad that I could do the streaming. Hands got crampy after the first 20 minutes, I think, and had to take a break. Took a few minutes. One of the other people I was with would take over for short periods, and then we would put the phone away for a little bit.
Hey, Lindsay, did you guys see any kind of agitators or counter protesting going on, or was it pretty much all people who were participating in the protests?
No agitators. I didn't see it, but the gentleman that I was with pointed out that there was a man inside of a vacant building with a crew cut taking pictures out the window. He had noticed that as we walked by.
Interesting.
But other than that, we didn't see anything that was too concerning.
That's good. Yeah.
Lots of people with signs about Social Security and
any other interesting or fun signs that you saw?
I mean, I tried to take video of everything.
Yeah.
That I saw that was good. Tried to make sure I was getting shots of everything.
Did they have an actual stage or anything, or was it just the march?
We were running a little bit late because traffic right now into St. Louis is really bad. They've got a lot of construction on the highways around St. Louis, so it's funneling everybody on the same couple of highways. So we were a little bit late. We got there at the end of whatever speeches and as the march was starting.
Okay. That's cool. Yeah, I'm curious to see what it was like in Washington, D.C. I know that was the big one, and they had said they were expecting...
We saw some photos from Boston that looked really big.
I saw that too, Boston, and there was one from Utah, and Utah looked like it was packed.
Oh, really? Oh, good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, I was hearing they were expecting up to 100,000 at the Washington Monument, but I haven't seen anything.
Yeah.
I saw some video of it, but it didn't show like a wide shot of the whole crowd. I was hoping we would get somebody there who could send us some images, but
that would have been great.
Yeah.
I did hear there was 100,000 somewhere. I think it was either New York or Boston.
Oh, DC has.
That's what he was saying, that they were expecting 100,000 at DC.
Sounds like.
But I think that I heard 100,000 somewhere else. I don't think it was DC. numbers were pretty low around here, I think, because of the storms.
Yeah.
We've had storms for the last 2 days going through today. It's just finally starting to let up.
I wish we'd have some storms here in Phoenix.
Yeah, we'll send you some of it. We got 6 inches this weekend.
Oh, wow. That's a lot.
Yeah, or that's what they were predicting. I don't know what it has actually been so far, but it's wet.
Well, it was getting warm here, but then it cooled down again, so it was nice. But I'm just counting the days before it's 100 degrees.
Yeah, it's cold here right now. I had to change as soon as I got home.
Yeah, you said your hands were getting cold, and I'm like, man, I don't even know what that's like.
Right. I didn't expect it. I went out this morning, took the kids over to mom and dad's, so I was out quite a bit. I think it got colder.
Yeah.
Because after a while, my hands were cold and crampy, and I had to warm them up. And I didn't take gloves, but if I had, they would have just been soaked, so that wouldn't have helped.
Yeah, that would have been uncomfortable. Well, thanks for being a correspondent and going and participating and sending us some video so that other people can see what's going on. Hopefully, on the next one we'll have more people in more cities, and then it'll be a little bit more of striking images to see that. Because there definitely was if you looked at the map of showing where all the protests were, I mean there was a lot. I mean, because obviously all 50 states, but each state had multiple. Some states had 10 or 15 maybe or more, so there was quite a few across the country. So it'll be nice to be able to showcase
Chicago
that.
Would have had a big one. Springfield, I think, is supposed to be pretty big because it's the capital here in Illinois.
Yeah, we had somebody in going to the San Francisco one, which would have been cool to see. But yeah, I think it's just the technical challenges, and the main thing is just the internet connection. Anytime you're going, especially at the bigger ones, like your feed was not too bad, but that was a smaller one in comparison to some of the other ones. So anytime you have thousands of people
streaming.
Well, yeah, and that's the problem. Everybody's trying to do it at once, and the towers just get overloaded, and then there's not enough to really push out a quality stream.
Yeah.
But we'll get there.
We will. We'll nail down a few more people and get it prepared next time to be just a little bit bigger.
Yep.
And hopefully it won't rain.
Yeah.
Or if it does, it'll be warm and rain.
Right. Yeah, I think rain definitely would contribute to people staying home. Some people just don't want to deal with it.
Yeah.
It definitely wouldn't be as enjoyable to be out doing that.
Yeah, it's almost enough to discourage everybody.
Yeah.
It's cold and miserable, and if it were just cold, that would be one thing, but cold and wet is another thing. Everybody was soaked at least from the knees down. You can see even in that picture there.
Yeah.
And that's early on.
Well, thanks again for your contributions and everything you're doing to support this, what we're trying to do, and you and Nate are both
hosting this and making
big part of this.
There was somebody to witness.
Yep. We definitely had. There was, I don't know, 15, 20 people at least concurrently at times, and I think would have been bigger too if we would have all shared it right when we started and actually had multiple feeds going. I think that's a little bit more compelling for people to watch and want to share. So
notes for the next time.
Yep, we'll get there. I mean, it's only going to gain momentum from here.
Yeah. All right. I did share it a couple of times on
I
Facebook
saw that.
And
I saw that.
Yep.
Appreciate it. Well, do you want to pass it back off to Nate, and we'll probably wrap it up here.
I'm going to pass it back. Brad has tired of me.
No, don't say that. Don't say that. That's not fair.
Ooh. Don't say that. It's not fair. I'll be fucked. So, what we got? Ooh, come on. What is going on out?
Oh, you just gonna vamp for like another 4 hours?
What do you suggest then? Should we? You think we wrap it up?
Yeah, unless you're gonna do another song.
I mean, I could. I don't know. One that might be appropriate. I have my guitars and I can hear it. And it's not plugged in either. I guess I could. It's the same device, huh? Wait. Let's see. I guess I could do one. Yeah, let me. I'll plug it in and get it in. Ooh, hear that buzz when I touch the end of the passport. I shouldn't have any volume. Crank it, back it up. That's not too far off. Yeah, I think the height is off. Okay. I'll make sure I can hear my monitor, so don't really need to hear it anywhere else. So, this is a tuning song and a tuning show. We are coming at you live. This is a guitar tuning show. Let's see how. Check this. Oh yeah, my free guitar tuner is always trying to get me to buy stuff. But we broke. I don't know. I'd rather click a couple extra times than buy one of these things, honestly. Huh. Well, that's way off. Oh, that's not picking up that. That's why. Okay. Yeah, I was thinking about doing Woody Guthrie's All You Fascists, because it just seems appropriate for now. And I did it the other day, so I probably won't butcher it terribly. Sorry, I'm trying to tune without having the speaker pipe it in. So it's harder to do. Okay. I guess, let me see if I can get my levels right.
Dude, I just looking on Move On, their Facebook page. They got a post on there right now. They're asking for donations to run ads poking fun at Trump at Mar-a-Lago. So they're just they're gonna run probably billboards and things around Mar-a-Lago that are
That's fun, I guess, but like, I don't know, he's already pissed. You know, I mean, I get that. It just seems like they could spend their money a little better, but I don't know. That's just me.
yeah.
Is that coming through okay?
Yeah, sounds good.
All right. Let's see. Probably don't grab a plectrum. Oh yeah, and I don't have this on my auto scroll thing, do I? I just want to get that up. Sorry, I wasn't even planning on doing this. I just saw my guitar and I felt compelled to grab it. So here, are we hearing? Okay. Yeah, what do you got? All you fascists. And this is a dude, you know, he lived in a depression. And like I mentioned that Library of Congress before. It's one of the most incredible like audio pieces of Americana that exists, in my opinion. He was a brilliant man, and he saw what these people were before many people did. So let me see it. Okay. Oh, I'm getting a feedback. It's kind of messing with me here. I might need to take this off, honestly. I don't know. Oh, not feedback. I mean, I'm just hearing it. The delay. That sounds like a pedal with an echo, honestly. It's kind of weird. Oh, I'm going to tell you, fascists, and you may be surprised. The people in this world are getting organized. You bound to lose, fascists. You bound to lose. Yeah, sorry, I lost my mic. I don't know if I can do this without my mic on. Let me.
Just take the headphones off and do
I
it.
actually don't even know this song. Probably a little fast. All right. Yeah, I'll take this up. Oh, I'm gonna tell you, fascists, and you may be surprised. The people in this world are getting organized. You bound to lose. You fascists bound to lose. All you fascists bound to lose. All you fascists bound to lose. You bound to lose. You fascists bound to lose. There's people of every nation. They're marching side by side, marching across these fields where 1 million fascists die. You bound to lose, fascists. You bound to lose. All you fascists bound to lose. All you fascists bound to lose. All you fascists bound to lose. You bound to lose. You fascists bound to lose. All you fascists bound to lose. All you fascists bound to lose. You bound to lose. You fascists bound to lose. Race hatred cannot stop us. This one thing I know. Your poll tax and Jim Crow greed have got to go. You bound to lose, you fascists. You bound to lose. All you fascists bound to lose. Oh, all you fascists bound to lose. You bound to lose, you fascists bound to lose. I'm going into this battle. I'll take my Union gun. We'll end this world battle's won, you bound to lose, you fascists. You fascists bound to lose. Oh, you fascists bound to lose. They say now, oh, you fascists bound to lose. You bound to lose, you fascists bound to lose. I actually did that very different than he did and I normally do, but I just went with it. So that's probably why it sounded a little clunky.
Nice.
But I kind of like that. It's like a sped up, almost like a punk version of it or something like that. So what do we have going on? Let's see. I wonder if I have any other good protest songs on here. I know I have some. Oh, that's one. It's about anything Bob Dylan, I guess. And that's my favorite artist, so I'll take requests if you request a song I know. I don't know. I could play another. I don't care. Whatever we feel like doing. I could stop. Let's see. I don't think that's the right chords. That's pretty close. Let's go with it. I don't know. Oh, how many roads must a man walk down before you call him a man? Those aren't the right chords, dude. Sorry. That's terrible. I never played that one because I sang it so much as a kid. I feel like I got it nailed, but I don't have the right chords down apparently. Let's see. Is there? I don't know. Check my messages if we have any additional. Oh, whoops. Oh, sorry, I just got a funny message from somebody. This is a good sign. I don't know. I've never really played live before, I guess. I mean, I've done it in person, but I don't know. Just kill some time to live open and see if anything else happens. I don't know. Let's see. We can do. Huh. That wasn't the version of the song that I thought I had. That's weird. Goodness. Okay. Let's see what's going on here. Yeah. That's weird. Okay. I'll find the right version. We're looking for a Bob Dylan song and just trying to kill a little time to see if we can get somebody pop up. Like, stuff might be fizzling out even on the West Coast right now. So I'm not sure if we'll have another protest feed or not. Oh, I didn't. That. Oh, whoops. Okay. Yeah, Brad's saying we should just wrap up, and that's totally cool. You know, I don't know if there's some role you had ready, Brad, or if you just want me to take it out.
Yeah, I don't have
I really
anything.
appreciate.
Just take
I
us
really
on out.
appreciate everybody tuning in today. And yeah, I know it's like wet and rainy a lot of places. Maybe everything didn't go exactly as everybody expected, but we're like, it was awesome. There was a bunch of people that decided to speak up for themselves today around the country, and it's like the most important thing that can happen in a society is for that kind of stuff to happen. You know, people finding their voices, you know, is imperative, and it's going to be even more so in a month, in 2 months, in 2 years, because we've seen what they've retconned in 2 months, right? If you're familiar with retconning, it's retroactive continuity. It's originated, like, we're talking about stories, like when you're trying to create like a plot line, you change things in the future about the past just to make sure the story flows, right? In like a sitcom or story, you know, whatever, novel. But fascists and rhetoricians who, without ethics, like Donald Trump and everybody who works for him, they use retconning, retroactive continuity actions to rewrite the past, like they did with January 6th, like they did with, you know, basically almost everything, you know. And like I said earlier, cults, everything that happens is either glorifying the leader, like proof of his excellence, or it's a grievance to be avenged, right? So, you know, that's just, you know, that's like what happens with when they retcon. That's what they convert it to, right? So if it's a terrible day in the stocks, no, we're going to rewrite that to be patriotic, or a day of love, or whatever, you know. And that's where they're going. But anyway, you can't erase history. You can't. And all of us are witness to it. And we're taking that witness into the future. So I'm grateful for all of your eyeballs and your witness on me. Not on me at all, but I was talking about the protest, you know, for witnessing that and just everything else going on. Anyway, thank you so much for tuning in. And we're Democracy 2.0. We are sleep deprived, and we have a bunch of stuff put together so that, like, we can largely just kind of reproduce it, copy, paste next time. So save a bunch of work, but we still have so much to do. So like, we're gonna start from a better place next time, but we still want to build a lot more. So if you can help us in any way, sharing with your talents, we would love for you to join us and to help. But regardless, very thankful for you, and hope all of you had a good day witnessing democracy. Thank you, and take care of each other.